Good morning, all. Good morning. Okay, so I've got a new microphone, and this is the first time I've used it. So it's a more expensive microphone. Hopefully, it sounds a little better, a little bit crisper, a little bit more punchier. It's more of a broadcast style mic. So if it sounds okay, can somebody just pop a quick little note down there saying you sound okay or you sound awful? So hopefully, fingers crossed, it doesn't sound too bad. An improvement would be a good thing. Morning, Yulan. Morning, Accountability King. So hopefully I'm coming through nice and clear. Sounds very good. Sound okay, good. Does it make me sound nice and husky? Very husky and manly. Trying to get rid of that girly squeak of mine. So, okay. Hello, Nicholas. How you doing? So, yeah, I'll have a listen back later, but it's a better quality mic. It's supposed to be clearer, but I will have a look back at the end of the day and adjust accordingly. Hey, Keithy, how you doing, bud? It's okay. Okay. It's supposed to be. If I come a little bit closer, does that sound any different? Okay. I think the trouble is it's a matter of playing around and adjusting a few things. I suppose it's the same when you do something for the first time. It takes a little bit of time to settle, come over those. It's okay. Sort out those teething problems, but hopefully it gets rid of a little bit of the background noise. Clearer than before for sure. Excellent. Excellent. Okay, that's a good start. Okay, now I've had a quick look at the market this morning compared to last week, and there is less volume. Now I'm assuming there are going to be some which have broken up early. I would have still think there'd be plenty trading, but if I look up until we're just coming up 2:30, so that's the volume so far. And if we look back at the last day trading, the volume up until about 2:30 was here. So there does seem to be a little bit. In fact, actually, it's probably not a massive difference. Where are we? We're up to about here last week. So there's the movement compared to the movement this morning. So there is a little bit less, not a huge difference. Maybe, I don't know, maybe 15%, 15% less, something like that. But there should still hopefully be enough movement to make a few quid today. So fingers crossed. So I hope everyone's got their Christmas hats on. I've got my Christmas hat on. Don't I look a picture? So that's it now. I think it's a week today. It'll be all over with, I think. So we're the 19th today, aren't we? So we've got 6 days. 6 more days. Brant, weird, my overnight low. I don't have that big. No, do you know sometimes, mate? Sometimes I have something like that, and then in fact, let's try it now. A lot of the time, I don't get that. Sometimes I'll get a big push. On a lot of other charts, it's a gap. So you may find it's a gap on yours. So I don't quite. It's all to do with the time it takes the data to come from the servers, I believe. But I often see a bar and an entry for me and a gap for other people. So I wouldn't worry too much. Let's have a look. See if this changes anything. But tell you what, let's see if Marco has put his. Are we loaded yet? No, it's still loaded. See if Marco's put something on yet. Still loading. A bit slow. Right, let's have a look. No, nothing's changed for me. Marco's usually put. No, he's put nothing on yet. So. No. Nothing's really changed for me, is it? No, still got that big bar. Okay, I won't worry about it. Just change it. Hey, Kim, how you doing? Just trade things as they are. So who we got in here? We got Yulan. Morning, Yulan. Accountability King. Morning. What? Morning, my friend. Keithy. All right, buddy. Nicholas. Leading loser. You've got to change your name to something more positive. Brant. Morning, Brant. Kim. Morning, Kim. It only changes when you draw your overnight low. Day range. when you can anticipate a bounce or support. Yeah. It is often different. But I don't worry too much about it now. Everything seems to just flow nicely. If you can, see a good trade and take it and it's okay, you win a trade, then all's good, I think. So, market as open. Okay, market's been open 30 seconds. And let's have a look at this. There's not been a lot of movement there. There is a possible second entry short, but the market does look like it's in fact, I'm tempted to take that. In fact, I think I will take that. I don't like jumping in there too quick. That might have come down too quick for me. I'm going to see if I can get a limit order on that. Probably not. It's going to move too quick. Yeah. Okay. I like that. Okay. So why would you trade that one? So far, we're in a bit of a range, but if we're in a range, there's a possibility we come down the bottom. If it's not a range and it's a trend, we're coming down anyway, which means it's just as, that's a shame, that is. I like those bars. That looks nice. That's clear second entry short. In fact, what I probably should have done is took it on that engulfing bar. Kral Daddy, any volume worth it to open, Ninja? Well, I think so. So far, so good. There has been a trade there. How many points has it gone? It's gone 3.5 points. But that's a great signal buy, in my opinion. The only downside, it's 5.5 points. So that adds to the risk. Although personally, I think that was a really good entry. We've started here, we've touched here, we've come back up again. So in this section anyway, this certainly looks like a small downtrend to me. Whether the overall is a range, I don't know, but I would have liked to get in there. You've got two clear pushes up, second entry short, beautiful big bearish bar right off the key entry point, sitting exactly how I like it, under the EMA. EMA's facing down. That's a good trade for me. Unfortunately, that would have been, I think, my quickest trade after the market opened. Once the market been open a couple of minutes. We may be making a measured move. Yeah. 3857, which is down here, which we've hit actually. 3857. It's a shame that I'd have loved to have got in on that. Just want it moved too quick, and I think traders got the gist that we were coming down and jumped in, which moved it a lot quicker. But I think that is a good entry personally. Clearly 2 legs up. If you look on the green as well, it looks nice. Big bearish bar engulfing. In fact, it's gulfing 1, 2, 3, 4. It's gulfing all those 4. Sorry, 5. Excuse me, all those 5 bars. So that's a good trade for me. And I think we got 3.5 points. Or we would have got 3.5 points if I was quick enough to get in on it. Would have taken it about there. Yeah, okay, 4. It went for about 4.5. So I would have usually probably taken something like 3.5 there, as there's not a huge amount to the bottom. If I was thinking a little bit quicker, I may have got in under that bar there and took it on an engulfing. But nevertheless, it's still there. And if you look on the 10,000 tick chart, we got the same. We're coming up here, 1 leg down, pull back to the EMA, another leg down. So for me, that was a good trade. It's just a shame. Sometimes I'll take them when they're a bit lower, but because that was 5.5 bars, I don't want to come in with maybe a 6.5 bar risk. It's just not that I don't believe it was a good trade, but I wasn't convinced how far it was going to come down before we possibly moved in a different direction. So yeah, so morning all or afternoon, wherever you are. I know some of you, I think there's 1 or 2 in the UK, 1 or 2 in Europe. Let me have a look. And I think the rest are in the US, I think. So yeah, so morning wherever you are. It's our last final run now till Christmas. I would have thought markets will just quieten down as the days progress, but I'll be trading today, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Friday, I won't be trading. I think the markets, there'll maybe barely any movement through the markets, so I don't think it'd be worth it. And I'm going to work anyway just to keep topping my wages up. So most of you'll know now, I am now on a PA account, and this is day 5 on a PA account. I took an evaluation, passed the evaluation in 7 days, and I did stream it also. If, you know, those videos are there. If you click onto the page and under the live button, you'll see all the videos I've made there from the very first day, excuse me, on an evaluation, right the way up to the valuation, and right the way up until today, day 5 on the PA account. And we're currently on just over $2,500, which I did last week in 4 days. So it was quite a nice, I think on 2 contracts, if you're doing that in a week, you're not doing too bad at all. So we had a good week last week. Since I started, I've been streaming now for a total of about 11 days, and we've had a green day on every day, so we've had no losses, and it's been more than positive. So all is good so far. So far, so good. So it can be done. Every day I'm surprising myself because, as most of you know, I have had problems with the psychological side, as have we all. And I don't think there's a trader out there that hasn't. So everything seems to be going well. Sir Mac, do you use a second? Sir Mac, do you use a second screen or monitor? Are you speaking to... Oh, sorry, Lance. Sorry, mate. You don't have to call me sir if you don't want to. Use a second screen or monitor. I have 3. I had 4. One of them accidentally got punched 3 times a while ago after a blown account, so that went out the window. So I have 3, yeah. I only really stream with... I only really trade with 1. I have 1 screen. Sometimes, like the moment, I have... on another screen, I have the YouTube channel, which I can see how many people... It's just all the information about how many people are watching, how the stream is going, are there any concerns with the upload or anything like that. And on my 3rd screen, I've just got the Streamlabs, and I can see all the information on there about the microphones working, everything like that. But I only really stream with 1. I only really trade with 1. That's all you need, really, one screen, just for your main chart. Where are we now? 1/40th producer. Okay, so you're a new face, so welcome. Where are you from? It'd be nice to know where you're from. I like to find out where people are from. What do you think of the S&P 500? Right time to get in. Okay, I've been trading now for 2 years, so I'm by far an expert. I'm probably the same as the majority of you. There's probably going to be some more experienced than me and some less experienced than me. So I'm probably the wrong person to give you the advice. But when you say, is it the right time to get in? That depends what you mean. Are you talking about an evaluation? So you might need to be a little bit clearer with that, bud. What an amazing start to the PA. One can't ask for much more. Absolutely, mate. Couldn't agree more. Yeah, it's been a great start. So yeah, fingers crossed it carries on. Hate it when they get punched. Have you had that experience as well, have you, bud? I'm usually quite good with controlling my emotions, but this was maybe about 3 months ago. Things were going really well. I'd gone to day 6 on the PA and things were going really well, and I ended up moving my stop and it all went to ratchet, basically. So I just struck out and punched one of them. I ripped it off the stand, and my wife came running over and went, "It's fine, it's not cracked." So I proceeded to punch it 2 or 3 more times until it was properly cracked, and the guy got tossed out the window. So it's all part of the learning curve. That's why we have so many screens, I think. So I've got 3 now, and I can manage with that one. Yeah, I threw that out the window, and it's stuck in the front guard, sticking out the ground. So we saw the funny side of it after. But, you know, it happens, doesn't it? It happens. So, but yeah, it's been a great start. I couldn't have asked for anything more. I'm quite surprised myself. because I've been going through a tough spell of blowing accounts, and you start, after a while, you start to doubt yourself, am I going to be able to do this? And then all of a sudden you find a moment of clarity, things start to work. But I definitely put down, I would say 90% of this success down to streaming. It's just focused my mind a bit. When people are watching, you don't want to make an idiot yourself, do you? So you tend to take it a little bit more seriously. So, easy done. I've not trashed a monitor before, but I've been through a few mouses. Strangely enough, I've got a really nice wireless mouse, and that cost as much as my screen. So I'm a little bit careful with that one. So, funny story. Thank you, mate. Keyboard way cheaper than monitors. Yeah, absolutely. There is a breakout of this channel. So it'd be interesting to see what's happening now. Whether moving down, so there's a break and there's a lower high potentially. So I'm not sure what to do with DV. All right, bud, you're a new face. So let us know where you're from. Nice to get to know people. Do you think your past troubles were the system, or you not following it properly? I'd say it was nothing to do with the system. I 100% believe in the system. It was purely me. Purely me. Anybody who's ever gone through any trading will understand what the psychological side's like. It can eat away at you. And I let it get to me. There was times where things worked okay, and times where I was just in bad moods. I had times where I felt depressed and down, physically sick. I've been through it all. And when you hold so much hope for your future, it can really eat away at you. But fortunately, I have this ability to be able to take knockbacks, and so I seem to bounce back 2 or 3 days later. I seem to be just as enthusiastic. Don't ask me why. It's just maybe a part of my character I'm quite fortunate with. But they do say 95% people who take up trading will never make it as a trader, and I'm convinced the reason is they give up. Not that they're not capable of learning it, because I think anybody with half a brain can learn this. It's just purely and simply because of the amount of mental knockbacks and torture that you get while you're learning. But if you're persistent and you keep trying, I believe most will succeed. You're looking at this overnight low. Yeah, I've been having a look at this. We've had a break, and we do seem to be possibly making a low low. See, at the moment, although we've been in this downtrend, I'm not sure whether we're in a bit of a range. So, and for me, there's no setup there at the moment, unless this comes back up to the EMA. But this, I don't think I'm going to get in just at the moment, in case we are in a range and it touches this bottom. Although there is a potential 5 points. We'll have to watch this one. Okay, so that is a second entry long. Now, if there's any longs in that, their stops are going to be here. And I think if it... Let me have a look at this. Dreams trades, my chart is slightly different entries, but yeah, don't worry about it too much, mate. That's a common issue with it. It's not a problem. Just trade your chart as you see it. Okay, so we've had a breakout. Try to go once, push straight for the EMA, try to go twice. If this ends up bearish, it's a failure. It's a little bit far from the EMA for me. I like it a little bit closer to this, but if it breaks below here, that might give it a little bit more momentum. But there's not a massive amount of room. Okay, what's the bar? 11 bars. It's quite likely going to come down here, but there's something that's making me a little bit nervous. We've had a good push back. I'm not convinced it's not going to tick and push a little higher. It probably won't. Okay, it's ticked below. But I don't like it. It's a bit too far away from the EMA for my liking. That would make me a little nervous. Although I think it's likely we're coming down here, so my arse will be twitching about now. It's likely. Let's have a look. It's likely that's going to tick above. Maybe lucky actually, but let's see. Yeah, okay. So that is a failure. It is a nice bearish bar. I believe we're coming down here, but that is a little bit too far for the EMA for my liking, which is why I left it alone. And it's a good job I did, because it triggered and it came back up and ticked me out. Now, I think it's highly likely now it may go down, but it is a little bit congested for me. So I hope nobody got into that trade and got ticked out. Now, it's possible if it breaks below here, it's going to come down. But one, it's quite a sizey bar, and two, I don't like this congestion, so I'm going to leave that one alone. It's just a little bit risky for me. Did anybody take that fairly, did they? I had a feeling that that was going to happen, which is why I decided to leave it alone. I think if we do break below here, it's likely going to come down, but there's not much room to these lows, although it possibly will come down here. It's just a bit risky for me, that one. So we'll look 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 4 points. So with a tick above, tick below, it's 4.5 points. I was relatively sure it was coming down, but I didn't like this. Let's see. Oh, bad luck, mate. I just get a feeling about these. I know a lot of people think, well, it's close to the EMA, but it's just sometimes I can't put my finger on it sometimes, but it didn't look right. I wasn't convinced it was a powerful enough bar and close enough, and it triggered, unfortunately, stopped out, and I bet there'll be a few traders which fell on that one. You took the failure. Oh, you got your scalp. Okay. So you took... Right, okay, you took that, the failure. Yeah. I don't think that was a bad trade, actually. I didn't like it because it was sideways. And I've learnt the hard way by leaving these ones, so... But, see, that was the first failure because it triggered below, and unfortunately it came back up. But then you got another failure there, which is a little bit more convincing. As you know, and I've mentioned this many times, that's where I like to take my trades, when the top of the body hugs the underside of that. So I think that was a pretty good trade. It's just that these made me a little bit nervous. So if you got that and you got your scalp, good on you. Let's have a look. What would you have got? I'd have probably taken it down the bottom, which is where this was. So perhaps I should have took that one, but I'm doing well, so I'm trying to be a little bit conservative. We are likely to test Friday's lows. Well, that's what that bar is there. Friday's lows. So I knew that was a possibility. That's why I popped this down here. But I suppose it depends. See if I look on the daily. This is the daily. We're in a clear downtrend on the daily. The only trouble is we've had 3. We've had quite a bit of a bearish drop without a pullback. Now, if you look at the last couple of times, sorry, move that over there. It came down and it had a little pullback. So I'm not sure whether I think it's likely to make a bit of a pullback and move a bit higher today. I don't know. I always like to know what it might possibly do. It just helps me make better decisions. So, so that turned into a good trade, actually. Those there made me nervous, although it's a lovely bar, and it is where I expect it to go lower. Could have held for 1-to-1, yeah, I agree. It's just those, when they're stacking up side by side. Do you know, the more I say that, and I looked at some trades last week, sometimes you get this and then you get a little side by side, which we have here. So let's mark that. We've done the same here, but we tend to go sideways, and then when we get a lovely bar hugging the side, it always tends. So if you look at that, see that there? Hugging the side, it went down. See this one? Hugging the underside, went down. So that one? Hugging the underside. Whenever you get those, it just seems to then move on. So, morning, Israel. How you doing, buddy? So, yeah, so as you know, I love those bars. That for me says We've come as high as we're going down. Yeah, could have got 1-1 there, but yeah, well. I've got no problems with leaving a trade. If I've got a doubt, I'm quite happy to follow it. Having said that, as you spend more time on the charts and you'll learn maybe it's okay to have a little bit of sideways if it ends with a big bar like that, and same goes for this. Definitely a little bit congested, a little bit sideways, but then same again, it ended with that. And from then on down it came. So I'll continue to watch these after congestion. If they continue to do that, then I might use that as part of my arsenal. In fact, yeah, if I look on this 10,000 tick chart, we've had a push down, and I think we'll have another push down here, which I think is possibly going to take us down to Friday's lows. Sorry, I didn't trust 1-1 being so close to the swing low. Yeah, I agree. I'd have had mine possibly around about here, I think. What I like to do, if I look back and I see where it went low, I try to put my order around about where the body finishes, not the stem. And that just gives me a little bit more room to breathe. Let's have a look. Yeah, see. Don't think this is one, or is it? Might be. Not sure about that one. So yeah, that would have turned into a nice. See, I'd have probably come down to. I don't know. A lot of times now, I tend to swing them. I tend to find I get more points out of that, so I'll bring it down out of the way, and I'll slowly bring my stop down quite tight. And if I can get 3 points or 3.5 points, I'm happy. Anything else extra is a bonus. We may get a decent fade back into the range, pull back that we can short off. Yeah, we may do. It's hard to say. See, I mean, so far we've had a downtrend. We've had a break in a new low. We could push, as you say, back into here, and it may turn into a range. Who knows? Put this here because I knew it was possible it could come down, but it may not. It's hard to tell, really. Hey, Jimmy. How you doing, bud? How you doing? Let's have a look. Jimmy. Anybody watch the football? Did you watch the football, Jimmy? I think it was quite nice to see France lose after they beat us in the quarterfinals. Got to say, it was an exciting game. It's one of the most exciting finals I think I've seen. Although I'm not a massive football fan anymore, I'm more cricket myself. But it was quite an exciting game, I've got to say. But I think it probably Argentina deserved it a little bit more. I think they went 2 goals up, then they came down, then they went another goal up, then they came down. So I think it went to the right team anyway, I think. So, get a little bit of this sideways stuff here. Yeah, I think if it does come down, it may pull back first. Someone else mentioned that, I think, didn't they? Make it leading loser. You got to change your name, bud. It's like the panda guy. What does he call himself? Bye money. I wouldn't be saying bye to me money. I'd have to have something a little bit more positive. Well, I have watched that panda guy a few times. I don't know his name. And I've got to say, there's something about that panda that annoys me. And you know what it is? If you look on the panda's headphones, there's a little bit of purple. For some reason, that draws around the twist. I can't put my finger on it. I've got no idea why, but it drives me around the twist, that panda. Oh, good. Yeah, I love the football. Yeah, it was an exciting game, wasn't it? Yeah, Messi's some player, isn't he? I've got to say. He's some skill. Oh, dear me. Look at that. Okay, that might not look too bad. I just don't like his personality. I think he's super cocky. Super cocky. You on about the panda guy? Or Messi? You're on about the panda guy then, can't you? Not Messi? Someone just mentioned Messi in that, and he just put, I don't like his personality. I'm thinking, you think about Messi? Super cocky. And he's just trying to sell his... yeah, the panda guy, yeah. Yeah, he doesn't seem to be struggling with his trading, I think. Strangely enough, I've watched him before, maybe not long after I started, and he can make money. He's had plenty of green days in a row, but excuse me, lately, it's as if he's just fallen into bad habits, which we all know what that's like. But he's just, I was watching some of his trades the other day, and I couldn't figure out why he was taking some of the trades. So I think he's just got a little bit lost, which is a shame, because I don't like to see anybody struggling with this, because I know what it's like, and I think we should all, the panda guy, yeah, I think we should all. Jimmy, did you think he meant Messi as well? I'm thinking I don't know what sort of personality Messi's got, but yeah, he's gotten into some bad habits, I think, and he's struggling a little bit. But what I think he does, I've heard him talk about Max and Al Brooks as well, so he seems to do a combination of the two. So I just think, unfortunately, he's just going for a bad spell, and he's picking some bad trades, and he's got into some bad habits. And I don't like to see anybody struggling. But he's going through a tough time at the moment. It'd be interesting to see what he likes when he comes back. Couldn't figure Panda out. Yeah, he's a nice enough fella. I just don't quite understand what some of his trades are, how he takes some of his trades, which is why I tend to think he slips into bad habits. He gets a bit frustrated with them and tries to sort of correct a bad trade. And often, if you lose a trade, that's when you can often lose another one straight after, because it depends how you handle it. Because I've been there myself many times. That's usually the catalyst for me. But what I have to say is, when I have a moment of patience and I take a trade I believe to be a good one, the loss doesn't affect me as much. It's just when I had that feeling in the back of my head that I shouldn't have taken this one, it was a little bit risky. They're the ones that tend to, send me on tilt. So, but no, let's hope he gets back to where he used to be, because I've seen him make money before, and I don't like to see anybody doing bad. I know how hard trading is and how much work and effort will take into him, and when you go through a tough spell, it's a little heartbreaking. Have you all made a written trading plan you must follow? I've tried, but I tend to keep things simple now. I sit here until I see a good trade and I take it. I try to go for 1-to-1, or 3.5 points is a nice number for me. But if I think the trade will go a little bit lower, I tend to drag mine down and go for it. So as for taking trades, that's about as simple as my plan as I take, really. If I do 2 losing trades in a row, I'll pack up for the day, because I believe something's not going right for you. And I think it's good to get away and have a clear head. But fortunately, I haven't had a day like that since I've been doing this streaming. In fact, fortunately, I haven't had a red day at all. But although I have lost, I think 2 or 3 trades, and it doesn't feel nice. But yeah, I have said to myself, if I lose 2 trades in a row, that's the time to pack in for the day and go home. But as in a trading plan, I don't know what else, actually. I'm trying to keep it quite simple. Just sit and wait for a good trade, and then keep your fingers crossed. But, you know, if you're quite new to trading, I don't think it's a bad thing. Write down. Because, well, having said that, I used to have, like, post-it notes all over my screens with don't do this, don't do that, do this, do that. So I used to have a plan. But I think it's sort of in my head now. But I've had all sorts of stuff stuck to my screen. I have had take a trade, take a break. I used to have one of these sort of like digital sticky notes. Okay, so we've had this run down here. We've had a break, and we've made a bunch of pushes down to a new low, which looks like another channel to me, and that can often happen after a channel's broken. Now we're pushing back up to the EMA, so am I thinking we've had this channel, we've broken it, we've come down to the bottom, is this now possibly, excuse me, way back into the channel? I don't know. That is a second entry short, but that is a risky bar for me. Purely and simply, as I've said, it's too far for the EMA, and I don't like the fact that they're all sort of funnily stacked. I'm not saying it's not going to come back. It could quite easily, but that for me is risky. I like them nice and tight, as you know. Just taking this short. Which short did you go? That one there? Oh, I'd be concerned, I would be. But I hope sometimes the trend can get you out of trouble. So you may be all right now. I don't know, but that's risky to me. It's not a brilliant bar on there, but I just don't like the fact that it's far away. So you may be lucky. As Mike Tyson said, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. You couldn't be further from the truth. All the rules go out the window, don't they? In fact, I referred to the emotional side as when I first went to... No, don't get me wrong, I didn't box for years. I boxed for a few months when I was a kid, about 14. And yeah, when I got it, everything I've learned in the next 3 months just went out the window. So that's the thing with emotions, isn't it? But yeah, I like that one. Yeah, I'll be a bit concerned now with that one if you'd have taken that one. And if you'd taken that one or that one, they finish at the same height. So, still in it. Oh, I hope it works out for you, mate. I hope it works out for you. In fact, if it was me, I'd be inclined to try and get out of it. But it's not me, it's you. So you may be lucky. We've had this push down here. You may be lucky. You may be lucky. Okay. Right, at least you're in the green, aren't you? So I'd cover your arse, I wouldn't. Yeah, I think that's pushed down enough to break below here, I think. So it might work out for you. So there's the bottom. So I think that looks bearish enough to get down here. But don't listen to me on this one. You're going to have to make your own decision. You chickened out, scratched it. Did you get anything out of it, did you, bud? I think once we can get down so far, I think then sort of gravity takes over a bit, really. But yeah, I find if a trade starts to go wrong and a bit sideways, I think the sensible to is get out with a little bit of profit if you can. It's so easy to think, oh, I'm in now, I'll leave it. And then things go against you. So I'd rather get out and guarantee a little bit of profit than, yeah, I think what's happening now is we're doing a little bit of ranging. So this is what I think is going on. And if it is, it's likely going to push above there. So I think you might find you've done the sensible thing. I think it's much better to get out with something than continue to risk him, because the way these were all going funny sideways like that, That makes me a bit nervous. I'm not saying we're not going to come down here now. We quite possibly will, but you got 2.5 points. Oh, great. Good on you. That's all right. That's a good trade if you can get 2.5 points out of that. Yeah. See, it's getting quite bearish now. I think it's lucky we're going to come down here. Excuse me a second. I've just had a quick knock on the door. I think we're expecting parcel or probably a couple hundred of them. Bear me a second. Oh, the stress of Christmas. Okay, yeah, that's made a new low there. So I thought once it started to go that bit. Yeah, I think sometimes it's risky to take a trade. Now, it might look a lot better on your screen, but just the fact that it's that far away makes me a little bit nervous. Right, let's have a look what's going on. That's possibly a bigger trade, actually. A bigger trend, sorry. Yeah, we may. We may be in a little bit of sideways stuff here. I'm not sure. See, if I look on the 10,000 tick chart, we've had this push down, pull back, and a push down. And if you look at these bars, they seem to be getting smaller and smaller. And I know sometimes that can indicate upwards movement. They tend to decrease in size. This is just something I picked up watching a trader. Sometimes when they start to decrease in size, that can sort of change the momentum a bit, but don't hold me to it. Just change the bar colour to slate and grey medium for Bear and Gainsborough. Bull. Very nice and clean. Tried all sorts of different stuff I have. Tried having a black. I kind of like a black screen. It's easier on your eyes, but after using it for a while, I just seem to revert back to white. But you can have all sorts of colours, can't you? Some people have black and white. I know Al Brooks uses black and white, but I don't know, it's all personal, I suppose, isn't it? You can do any colour you like, really. I'm not sure what we're doing here. Just going to cover that up a second. See if I can't make a bigger overall trend, see what this looks like. That looks okay to me. Tell you what, let's get rid of this one. Don't like to have it too messy. Yeah, it looks like there is a bigger overall channel there. Now, where were the trades we took, or would have took? That was one of them. That was one of them. Now, let's see what happens here, because if there's a bearish bar here, I'm possibly going to look to go short, because I think we may now come down to this. But I'm only going to take a good quality trade, so let's see. So that's a new high, so we can recount that one, can't we? So we try to go once, try to go twice. This is a new count. I suppose you could call that a hidden second entry short. Now, when we took, this was an entry, EMA was down, this was another entry, EMA was down. I don't like the fact that the EMA is starting to point up a little bit, which is going to a touch anyway, because we've had this sideways movement, so that downward momentum is starting to slow, but let's see what happens here. Let's, what do you reckon to that V. Wilson fella? He was trading mega size on a sim, then he took a few months break, and he seems to come back now doing an eval with smaller size. Yeah, do you know what? When he first came out, there was a lot of chit-chat around the group that he was trading real money, because I know there was a conversation about something and someone says he makes £1 million on a year. And it turns out he was on a sim. But I got to say, when he was doing that, he seemed to make a stink load of money. All right, it was on a sim. But then he started doing evaluations and failing the evaluations, which obviously tells you that once you start to get real risk, it changed the dimensions a bit. But I've not watched him a lot now, but I think he's okay. I'll have a little chit chat with him now and again. He's a nice fella. He's a pleasant fella. He gave me a copy of his what do you call it? Oh, what's the page called with all the little side boxes in it, sideways boxes? Spreadsheet. He gave me a spreadsheet with all the information to fill in with his profit and losses in it, and it works it all out. So he's a lovely fella. But he trades different than he did while he was on a sim, and I think on the sim he used to do really well. But I think he's turning over okay. Yeah, thoughts the same. Failing evals, but it just goes to show. But he seems to. I think he's slowed it down a bit now, and he seems to be doing okay. But I tell you, for now, who I do rate as a trader is the Penguin guy. I think his ability to read the market is brilliant. I think, and I wouldn't be shocked if he's making a ton of money. So if you want to watch someone good, I wish I could read the markets like him, because he's really good, and he does 2-to-1s in a lot of cases. He does lose the odd one, but he makes a lot more than he loses. So I really rate him as a trader. Marco as well. I wish Marco would do a little bit more. He only does Fridays. I think, in fact, he may do the odd extra one now, but let's see what happens here. So we've had a break here, haven't we? So we've had a break of this bigger trend, and I'm happy this is a bigger trend because it's touching nice here. So it'll be interesting to see if we can get a short here. Yeah, I agree. Thomas Wade and the Penguin guy. In fact, I personally rate the Penguin by above Thomas Wade. I think the Penguin guy is a lot more technical, and I kind of like that. But if I had to choose between them, I'd say the Penguin guy. But I do like Thomas Wade. But that Penguin guy just seems very technical for me. He really seems to know how to read the market. But that's just my personal opinion. I tend to, if I can find people like that I think are good at something, I can get value, I tend to watch them a lot. And I watch his every time he puts a video out. Penguin's good, yeah. He is good. He's very good at reading the chart, I've got to say. I can only hope to be as good as him. Okay, there is a second entry short there. I don't like the way we've got a doji there. Now, some people trades like that and make them nervous, but it is literally one tick away from being the perfect bearish bar, but it's making me nervous. So I'm staying away. I want a lower high, and I think we're going to come down. I like to think we're going to. Yeah, watch Penguin. What I like. This for years. Yeah, he's. I think he's the only one that I've seen that has extended the amount of profit you can get trading this style. Because Mac, I think, still sticks to a point at one point, and I think a lot of other traders have slowly moved to 6 ticks or 2 points. I went to 2 points, not because I watched anybody, because I was that sick and tired of winning 4, 5 trades in a row and getting them wiped out with 1. That's why I went to 2. But what moved me on to 1 and more was watching the Penguin guy. So he's brought my trading on leaps and bounds, because it does make a difference. You know, I mean, even if you're getting 6 out of 10 trades right, it's not a huge amount when it comes to this style of trading. But if you've got your risk to reward ratio correct, you still make a lot of money. Yeah, he's helped me, just watching him, give me the confidence to go for more, and it's working well for me. I love the fact that you can correct one bad trade with 1 win, and you know it gets you back in the game. He shows his losses. Yeah, I think it's important to see losses, because people need to know, you know, these people aren't gods. They make mistakes and they get things wrong. So I think it's good to show your losses, because it does show you, you know, some people. I mean, if you see a trader and only ever shows you his winning trades, he's not being truthful with you then. So I think it's important to show your losses. Got that video, pull back scalp, breakout, pull back. That one there made me a bit nervous with this, and I'm quite glad I left out of it, because, as you know, I tend to go for. If I'd have taken that, I'll have taken it to work down to the low side, but what did that get up to? 1.2 points. So, well, actually, I've gone right from here, haven't I? So yeah, maybe they got 1.5 out of that. But yeah, it's just the way this is going. I couldn't take that. I mean, we may, I suppose it's feasible, we may push above, come back here and move up a little bit. It's possible. Long. Oh, you went long. Okay, that one there. Okay. I'm assuming you mean that one, did you? Or did you do that one? Okay, so I think we're coming down now, and part of the reason why I think I'm coming down is because this is 10,000 tick chart. We push below, come back, push below, come back. So I think we're coming down again. So that just helps me have a stronger idea of where we think we're going. And just by the fact that we've had, there's been other downtrends within this overall bigger trend. This looks a nice overall trend for me. And I'm assuming this is a break. We have got yesterday's lows here, so I think that's a possibility. A possibility for a target. So I am expecting it to come down, but it's finding a decent setup, and I hope we're not too low. But still looking for a new low, in my opinion. Yeah, I agree. 100% with you. RE, bigger risk to reward. Absolutely, it's a game changer for me. You know, I remember not long after I first started, I had a great day. I took 5 trades, so I was 2.5 points up. Just trading one contract, 2.5 points up. Now, obviously, there's a bit of commissions coming on that, and I had one loss. I think the bar was about 4 ticks, tick above it, tick below it, and it was a loss. And with commissions, I ended up being about, I don't know, $3 in the red after 5 winning trades. It's heartbreaking. Now, I understand if you're trading 20 contracts and you may scalp 15 of them and you've got 5 on a runner, that you can top your money up by going for a runner. The only trouble is I've seen so many traders, specifically one of them, when Thomas Wade used to show some of his live trading, I'd seen him get 6 or 7 or 8 points and then end up losing it all. Because obviously they bring their they bring their stop down to the bottom of the signal bar, maybe +1 or break even. And in a lot of cases, it'll come back up and touch above there before it continues down. So by doing that, it can take out a lot of your potential profits. So I think sometimes let's say, for instance, this was a signal bar, yeah? So it came down here, you've got your 1 point, yeah? So you bring your profit down to here. What happens? It comes up, ticks up below 3 or 4, and then ends up dropping like a stone. So in that case, on this particular maybe downtrend, I would tend to leave mine there and give it a chance for a pullback and then follow it down. But because they bring their stop to break even +1, that kills a lot of their runners anyway. So, which is why I tend to just trade the whole thing now instead of having a separate runner. So we haven't got a push up here. So this might be an area of where it may slow down or turn down. So let's do something like this. That's a possible target. I'm still thinking low, but we may come up here and then maybe, I don't know, we may end up doing something like this or something. I don't know. Who knows? But I think this is an area of let's see. Bullish hammer candle on the 15-minute. Never really looked at the 15-minute. I should do. It's always good to have another look. Yeah, he's more aggressive now. He will trade his runner bar by bar. Give me all of the winning on one loose puts you in. Yeah, it is heartbreaking, I got to say, especially for new guys learning. Just kills you, really does. And then when I went on to 2 points, that effectively doubles your profit. So then that for me was a game changer. And what changed my idea of that is there's a trader that, and now and again he'll show his face, Daniel. And he comes on our Facebook group and he used to post his charts every day. And I looked back 2 weeks of his charts and I worked out that I think he'd taken 36 trades and some of them might have been green slightly, but he'd marked them. And every single one of them would have made over 2 points. Now that for me was a no-brainer. You can't argue with numbers. Numbers don't lie. So that was there's no denying that. So straight away I changed onto 2 points. I had no option. It was such an easy decision, and then I went on to 2 points, and then maybe a couple of 3 months ago I started watching the Penguin guys a bit, and he then pulled me on to 1-to-1. And I think 1-to-1 is the biggest game changer. You can lose a trade and win a trade, and you're back to where you were. No having to make two, because there's nothing worse than having to find the next 2 trades just to get back to zero. It's heartbreaking. When we consider how much the market moved, if you look at the trades available today, that was one of them, okay? Now, this came up and it didn't tick higher, so you could have rode that right down to the bottom, okay? That was another one. Look how far it went. Both those trades, both of them, would have made in excess of 10 to 15 points. Both of them. So let's just take this first one, okay? This one here, yeah? So if you run that down to even somewhere down the bottom, okay? That went to, 15 points. So even if you'd have taken it out when it had gone sideways in the middle, there's over 11 points there. This one here, this was another good trade. That one. If you'd have taken it down the middle, there's 7.5, 8 points. Good trades in a downtrend will move. Good trades in an uptrend will move. You'll get a decent, it'll piss around left, right, and centre, and all of a sudden you'll get a decent signal bar and you'll get a strong push down. Decent signal bar, strong push down. The reason this pulled back is because it was over this side of the channel, so I think it naturally maybe wanted to. But if you notice, it never came up as high. It was one tick below. That doesn't accidentally happen for a reason. You know what I mean? Every time it comes down, that one was lower, that one was lower, that one was lower, that one was lower, that one was lower. Every time it comes down, it happens for a reason. Let's have a look. Yeah, that sucks. Algog Films. You're a new face. Where you from, bud? That's quite a mouthful, that is. Yeah, that sucks, Brant. like Shakira's hips. I like her. I've watched that video in the red dress. Something about that. The way she dances, she's lovely, I've got to say. I like Shakira, I do. Yeah, I've seen that little dance, that TikTok she does where she does a dance. I'm with you there, brother. Jimmy, I just made 30 points on the NQ400 tick chart. Nice little board. Excellent. Good on you, Jimmy. Love hearing about people doing well. Well done, mate. Ivan, I think the entire base and style, maybe you want to be with extra selective. Take your 4-tick scalp and you're gone for the day. Yeah. 4-tick style does not work for me. Yeah, I just think 4 ticks nowadays. No, it's just, I just find it, I mean, from my personal opinion, now, you know, Mac's a trader that's been doing it for nearly 30 years, and I believe he still does it. So it works for him, and if he's making a ton of money at it, you know, I'm not going to tell him he doesn't know what he's doing. What? Are you the cold fusion guy? I'm not sure what you mean there, bud. Unless you're talking to someone else, Jimmy, I'd be happy if it was the PA. It's on a demo, bud, is it? It's always a way in it. It's frustrating. S2G unit, you're a new face. Welcome. The 4-tick style in today's market, to me and my friends, is absolutely the worst way to tell people to trade. Yeah, I agree, mate. Things have changed. It may have been the case a few years ago, but there seems to be... The thing is, the more people that are in these markets, the more movement you get. And obviously, with the likes of me and you lot, we're all retail traders. We're all doing it. I bet there's thousands and thousands of guys like us that have now done. You know, we had the ability to be able to do this from a computer for home. You know, 20 years ago, it wasn't the case. So that's naturally going to put a lot more liquidity into the market, and there's going to be a lot more movement. And if just look, you know, where these trades we identified, which were, I think, were good setups. You know, they make a ton of money. It's a shame, really, isn't it, to get something like this and to scalp out here. Look at all that. And risking a bar like that for a point. What was that? 8. Right, that's 5.5 bars. That tick above, tick below. That's 6 bars of risk to make 1 point. Absolutely pointless, in my opinion. So many more retail traders now. Everyone else next to them, absolutely. It's great, it's great the fact that you can, learn a skill and set yourself up from the comfort of a desk and a computer. And you need, if you're talking about it purely from the aspects of a business, it's got to be one of the easiest businesses to set up in the world, isn't it? There's no tools, no equipment, really. No vehicles, no insurances, no fuels, and tax and MOTs and all the stuff you have along with vehicles and all the depreciation, all that stuff. You need a computer and an internet connection, which about 99% of the Western world has in the front room. Yeah, it's an easy way of doing it, I've got to say. The only downside I think with NinjaTrader is the license fee. I believe, to have this automated strategy, I believe you've got to either rent it or pay for the license. I think that's the only downside. I paid for it. It cost me about £1,000, I think. I paid in over 4 monthly payments. I think that's the only downside. Whereas I used to use a platform called MT4, MetaTrader 4 for trading currency. That was free. Data was free. Everything's free. It didn't cost you a penny. But obviously this is a little bit more expensive, but I deemed it was worth it, so, it works for me. One day I'll use my own license fee, maybe. Jimmy, you've even got the micros. Well, absolutely, yeah. If you want a little taste of it, and just have a few quid on the line, a couple of quid, £3, £5 or $5. Yeah, it's a great way of having a little bit of risk and having, that little bit of pressure to take it seriously without having to lose a lot of money. Yeah, brilliant. I've tried micros on my own live account. So Shantaz, I think you're a new face as well. Welcome. But don't forget runners. Yeah. I mean, for a new trader now that might be trading 1, 2, or 3 contracts, scalping a point I think's hard. Now, as I said earlier, if you're trading maybe something like 20 contracts and you're scalping maybe 15 of them and using 5 as a runner, then that might work for you. The only trouble is just the way they trade their runners. For instance, where do we see a trade on here? The way they trade their runners is when they make their scalp, they bring their stop to break even. And in a lot of cases, the market will drop down a bit and come back and take your runner out. So for those 5 contracts, you effectively made nothing. So that's the trouble with runners. I think sometimes you're better off leaving your risk, leaving your maybe your smaller runner risk or your stop where you originally left it and give the market a chance to breathe. Because if we look there, that went down probably about 3 points, came back up, and it would have taken your stop out. That one would have worked. But in a lot of cases, it'll take your stop out within a point or two. And all those 5 contracts that you've traded, you've made 0 for. So I've sort of got my reservations on whether it's even worth doing that. But I'm not going to argue with traders like Mac who've been doing it full time for probably the best part of 25, 30 years. Now, I'm still thinking down, so this may be it, but it also may be something like this. So I'm going to be careful where I decide to trade. You don't even need NinjaTrader, plenty of free platforms. So yeah, absolutely, yeah. Tradeovate even does nanos contracts. Make a few hundred a day, trade in micros on the NQ. And yeah, I've never tried the NQ. Doesn't their point system work slightly different? I'm not sure. Ivan, yeah. Only trade runners that have the ability to run, yeah. Yeah, I've seen so many people get 3 or 4 points and then it ends up getting taken out and they get nothing. It's a bit of a shame, really. So, look, I'm not convinced this is going to do something like this. I'm always a bit wary about this, where it could go further up and turn into a bit of a range, or whether it's going to come down. Sometimes it'll come down, tick up, I'll take a trade, it'll tick below and then move up. So I'm always wary about these. See, you can either zero these out or you can count them. So we've had a push down and a pullback. We could be doing something like this. But I'm a little bit wary at the moment because I'm not convinced that it's not going up. Take a lower high. That is what Vladdy does. I'm not sure about Vladdy. Yeah, see that? I think is a lower high, isn't it? I'm just a bit nervous, I am, at the moment. I'm going to sit tight. And I would say, judging by the way the bars felt, there's more people out there like me unsure of where we're going to go. We've got a perfect doji there. That is an even balance of buyers and sellers. So you can have some sellers thinking we're going up. Sorry, some traders thinking we're going to beat up. And some traders thinking the market's coming down. So I'm unsure. And by the finish of that candle, so are a lot of other people. So when you get them dojis, it's a good time to sit back and count your millions. I think who is Vladdy? I'm not sure about Vladdy. I think Vladdy only uses runners if he believes a new trend is forming. And he did not use runners on a new PA count. Only after he had a good buffer. Yeah, I think runners have their place, but yeah, you've got to have a good idea that a runner's going to work. Otherwise, potentially you're throwing away profit just by having break even. If I was going to have a runner, I'd have it at least break even +1. So at least you're covering your fees. Seems a shame, really, to end up losing money, even though it is maybe a small amount. Just on your fees. Maybe a solid failed second entry long. Yeah. See, just by the fact that these are finishing like this, people are unsure. And the trouble is when that happens, it literally could go up or down. It may develop into maybe a second push up, or it might trigger here and then come down. See this here? You could class that as a second entry long possible, but my arse would be twitching now if I was in that. I'd say there's a possibility if this breaks below here, we're coming down. So I might take that. Let's have a look. See if it goes down any further. I may take that on the engulfing. Let's have a look. Something about it I don't like. It could break below that just to here and then go bullish and end up being a higher low. So I'm a bit nervous about that. Let's have a look, see if it comes down past here. See where it ends. If it ends really bearish, yeah, I'm not too sure about that. It's making me a bit nervous. Fladdy is a monoton max for him. Oh, got you. Okay. He has a win rate of 100%. Wow. Can't argue with that. Yeah, it's just a little bit risky for me. I'd say it's quite likely it's coming down, but I'm just going to cancel my trade. Let's see if we can draw something like this. Let's say that's possible. Something about it I'm not comfortable with. I think if anyone went long there, I'd say their stops would probably below there. So if it does break below there, it's touched it now. If it breaks below there, then I think it may then have a small push down. But I'm nervous at the moment. Okay, it's pushed down there. Let's see what happens. See, if you're looking at this, these two are at the same height, so you could recount that, restart the count. So technically that could be a second entry long, but I don't know. I think we're coming down now. I nearly got into that trade. If that trade would have finished lower here, then I think I would have taken that, because I think we're coming down to break this low. But obviously with this push up and prices holding a little bit on this uptrend made me a bit nervous. But if anybody got in there, you might make a few quid here, because I'd say that's possibly we're going to break this in this one go. So got another 2.5. Good on you, mate. Good on you. Yeah, if that ended a bit bearish on your chart, I think that's a relatively good trade, because you could call it a lower high, or you could count for me if you want. You could call it a failure. It's just a shame it wasn't a little bit better. I just don't like the way we've had this doji, this bar, and the EMA was a bit, yeah, it was just a little bit unsure. You're going to call it for the day. Got my stuff to do. Where I actually constantly make money. Cheers. Good on you, Jacko. You got some points in the bank, mate. Well done. Is that your first trade or second one? You might have a couple there, mightn't you? Yeah, I've got no issues with people getting their trades and getting out. I think in a lot of cases, it's probably the sensible thing to do. Sometimes the more you sit around, and the more chance you've got of racking up a loser sometimes. I know Max says, take your trades and go home for the day. They're too stacked. Yeah, you're on about these. Yeah. There'll be a lot of traders thinking we're going up, a lot of traders thinking we're going down, and I think to get in there is risky. Having said that, if that broke down there for me, then I would have taken that trade purely and simply because there will be some longs in there, and their stops are likely going to be at this swing high, swing low here. So when it broke below here, I think then that gave it the catalyst to come down lower. And you think when we broke there, finished here, and we had another good strong push down then. So that for me was the catalyst under there. But you can see why a lot of people thought maybe as we're going up, there's probably going to be some range thinking guys out there. So we certainly could be in a range. I think it's probably too early to do something like that. Doesn't look right to me. Been a bit of an overshoot here, so there could be the same here. If we can get a good setup here, then I'm at the moment I'm thinking bearish because we've had this little bit of a push upside, was good strong push down, pull back, good strong down. So I'm thinking bearish at the moment. My signal bar was bearish, but I'm totally working on only high probability trades. Yeah. I think the thing that would make me interested in that is the fact that I still believe we're coming lower here to break this low. So that, and the fact that if it was perfectly bearish and it engulfed this, and I reckon, well, I can see by the way we had a strong movement after here, there'll have been some longs taking that trade. So that triggered, so you got some longs in there, and their stops are going to be not here, but below this swing low here. So when the market hit them, you've got traders then thinking, oh, we're going down, so they'll enter the market short, and then you'll have all their stops, and that'll give more momentum down. So I believe that's why we had that then good strong candle down. So if I was going to take that as an engulfing, I'd have put my order one tick below that one, because once it pushed below there for me, that was going to push it down, and it did. So that's the only reason why I got into that trade, but it is a bit iffy because of this doji here, and then so we got uncertainty here. That saying we want to go up, that saying we want to come down, so it is a little bit conflicting. But I am expecting a new low from this, so you know, if you add 2 and 2 and 2 and 2, it's pointing me more to the right answer, which in this case is down. So there is a push up, there is a first entry there. Let's see if we can get up or out of here. We've had an overshoot. In a lot of cases, when you get an overshoot on that side, you can sort of get similar sort of push out the other side. So I'm still looking to go short and below here. Now, if we can get below here, I think that's our next target, which was yesterday's low. So if I get involved in a trade here, I've just put this to give me an idea of where to catch my profit. But I'm only going to take a trade if we can get tight up here. The bars on our chart are really different. Basic movement is the same. Yeah, they do sort of tell you the same thing. For instance, on some people's chart, you'll see a bearish bar that looks like that, solid red. On another guy's chart, the exact same bar may look like this, which is a bearish bar. Although it's a bearish pin bar, it's basically telling you the same thing. Selling. Unfortunately, sometimes when we get an entry here, I prefer the ones that look like this, where the body fits under here rather than the ones. There was a trade I did the other day. In fact, I took 2 shorts at the same time. And on my chart, it looked fantastic. I noticed on Marco's, he didn't take it because he said it was too risky. Purely and simply because his bar was a solid red one and his bar was 5 points from top to bottom. Mine was 4. So let me see if I can find that. That was it there. Right. Isn't that weird now? Look at that. Now, if you look on my trade for last week, the top of the body there finished under here. And it wasn't as big as that. Let's have a look. That's 5 points, exactly what his was. But the top of the body, mine finished under here, and this bar was up here. So I've reloaded my historical data since then, but that obviously is a lot more risky. Having said that, I would have taken the trade, but if you look on mine last week, it's very different than that. What have I done? How have I done that? Have I managed to get that across to the side? Oh, bolts. Anybody know how to get that on the other side? I could probably figure it out, but it might take me 10 minutes. I've done. What I can do is shut it all down and don't save it. The trouble is I want to have all my channels. Ends. Anybody know quickly how to move that across to the side? I'm naked now. I'll figure it out in a bit. Sticky range. What's that? Oh. Okay. I'm going to have to fiddle around with that in a bit. When I save it at the end of the day, I'll just click not save and it'll leave it as it is. Okay, so what's going on here? 1 push-up, 2 push-up. Let's see what happens up here. So we had that overshoot. In a lot of cases, it does do that the other side. So if we get a decent bearish bar here, I'm going to take a short there and try and ride that down to the bottom. But I'm not going to do it if it finishes like that. I want it further up there. Yeah, that's too risky in my opinion. But sometimes when it finishes like that, will lead to a bigger one, because in a lot of cases, people will take that trade, get stopped out, it will trigger above here and then drop down into a nice big bearish bar. But I'm quite happy if that finishes like that, because I want another one to form if it's going to, and leave me bearish there. So hopefully, if I can get here somewhere here, 2, 4, 6, that may make us 6 points plus. You're out of here. Great channel. Thank you, my friend. Have a great day. Yeah. Just getting nervous about that. So what did that make? So went down, so you'd have got 2.25 points off that. A little bit congested. I need a good signal bar to go low here. I think we're likely going to go low. If I look on the 10,000 tick chart, we've had a push down, pull back. I'm expecting the same down here to get us down to these lows. But I want a decent signal bar because I don't want to have to move my stop that high up here that it's just too risky. Because, you know, it is possible it could come up. Can, to fix the price scale, go to data series and change the scale justification from left to right. Data series. Now that, I believe, is here, isn't it? There we go. Change the say scale from left to right. Where are you? Scale, auto scale center. Is that what you mean there, is it? Let's have a look. Let's just try the auto, see if that does anything. Nope. Let's try again. Click the auto back again. Scale justification from left to left. Is there anything that says scale justification? Scale justification. There we go. Oh, it has worked. It's left it there as well. I don't think it's a major issue, is it? What's happened here? What has happened here? Oh, hold on a minute. Don't like what's going on there. What has happened there? Okay. Don't know what's going on there. Let's have a look. Scale justification. Let's just put it back where it was. Was it on the left? Is that where it was it? I think it was. Oh, look. Okay, that's back where that was anyway. Under the price marker category. Let's have a look. Price marker category. Okay, so it's on the left. I click right. Then click apply. Okay, it's done it again. See, for some reason, see what it's doing. It's dragging it away from the EMA for some reason. I don't like that. What I might do is put it back and figure it out after. Let's have a look. Price justification. Let's put on the left. I wonder if it's anything to do with that overlay. Let's have a look. Okay, let's put it back where it was. Don't like what it did there. I'll have to figure that out. Yeah, see you tomorrow, bud. See you tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, there was nothing there that's obvious. That one for me was, I don't know why it does that, just changing it from left to right. I'll tell you what, I haven't actually got much on my thing, have I? It's okay, I'll sort it out after. I just won't save it. What have I got on here? I've hardly got anything on here anyway, haven't I? Let's have a look. Tell you what I'll do quickly. Save now. I'm just going to shut it down quickly. Have a look. Trader. Okay. Should be on the right now. Yeah, good. Okay. Connections. Rhythmic. And then. So look. Okay, now. I'm going to see all my accounts here. My failed accounts. There we go. A lot of them, isn't there? There we go. Apply. Okay. Right. Okay. Let's get back to where we were. Okay, we got on the right side now anyway, so I knew we'd get there in the end. So we'll be something like that, won't we? Okay. Right. Relatively straightforward, actually. There's not much there, really, is there? Okay. Okay, so let's call that. Break, bit of an overshoot, isn't it? Let's do that like that, I think. Yeah. Okay, push up. We've had a bit of a break, overshooting a new high. A little bit sideways, which we know, and we're coming down. Okay, I'm expecting. Let's draw our range anyway, just in case. This is where we opened, wasn't it? Let's just draw it there, just in case, because it is touching, isn't it? So, yesterday's lows. Still want to put that down there because I still think that is possible. Templates load. Yesterday's highs and lows. Okay, right. Cramp. Okay. Yeah. That looks okay, I think. Okay, let's see what happens here. See if we are going to break these lows. Right, volume-wise, let's have a look. We're up to what, 4:15, aren't we? So 4:30. Let's see what we had yesterday. On Friday, up to 4:30. 4:30 is about here. So huge amount difference. Not a huge, a little bit. A little bit. Not a huge amount. Yeah, so there was sort of two pushes up there, but just I get a bit wary about taking them so low. So low than the EMA. What's that? Sorry. That's all right, mate, don't worry. Oh, I didn't. It made perfect sense what you said, didn't it? Change it from left to right, but I don't know, something happened. So sometimes it's easy just to shut it down, isn't it? And start again. Thanks for trying to help, Ken. So I was expecting this. That one push down, the 10,000 tick chart, another push down. So I'm expecting to get down here. So I think we'll certainly break a low, possibly touch Friday's lows. So, but obviously to get down here, we've got to look for a decent setup, really. And the only real setup, or sort of a setup, we had two, although it's technically not a, because there's first entry, second entry. It's just technically not a second entry, but I will take a trade like that without actually counting it, because there is sort of two pushes up. So it's, you know, there's clearly sort of two pushes up. 1, 2, but that was just a bit too far away from me for my liking. So we've broken the lows of today. So my next target is here. Let's see what happens. Well, it's certainly a warmer day today. 14 degrees outside compared to about 1 or 2 last week. So I've had my heating on today, which is a miracle. Let's have a look at this. Okay, so I'm just going to change the colour of that. Something festive. Let's have a look. Purple. It's festive-ish, isn't it? Put that a bit further out of the way. Okay, this does sort of seem valid, doesn't it? What did we do Friday? Did we sort of had that? Yeah, we did have a downtrend, didn't we? We broke where I thought we broke, and then we had a couple of pushes up. So looks like we're coming down to yesterday's lows. Yeah, it's a shame about that. If it was a little bit closer, there will have been some. There will have been some orders there for sure. It's just a little bit sideways. Just makes me a bit nervous. That done. I've learnt the hard way. But there will have been some traders that would have said that was a good trade. It quite likely wasn't a bad one. Remind me where you're from, Ken. Remind me. You probably told me half a dozen times. So if we touch this and get back up to here, be interesting to see what's going to happen. I'm going to pop that like that for a minute, actually. I don't think we need to zoom in just yet. I won't be thinking about taking a trade there. Right, I'm just going to put my mic on mute just for 5 minutes. I'm just going to make a quick cup of coffee and take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be with you soon. Okay. I'm back. Okay, so there is this channel down here. I still think we're coming down here, so let's see if we can get an entry. I'm just looking at something. So that's 2 legs down, isn't it? So you class that as a break and a new low. So it is possible it could come up here, so that's why you've got to be a little bit careful. Because if I look on the 10,000 tick chart, we've had 2 pushes down now, so 1 push, 2 pushes. I'll just look at this because it gives me a bit of an idea. 2 pushes back up, 2 pushes. So I think it's feasible. We're going to continue down some more, I think, but I'm expecting a pullback. Now, to get back to here would be the equivalent of getting back up to here, I'd say. So be careful taking a short around there. Incidentally, they have changed the evaluation, haven't they? It's 80% now, I believe, till tomorrow night. So I think I got an email earlier because it was initially supposed to be just till Sunday night, I believe, but they've changed it now. I think it's on till tomorrow night. So if you do want an 80% value, an 80% evaluation, I'd get in there before it finishes. But I think it's likely they're going to have something over Christmas. If you do ever, I have got a discount code here. Sorry. Yeah, so it's a standard 80% off, but I get a little kickback, so it doesn't cost you anything more. So if you are going to use one and you want to use mine, great stuff. But otherwise, I'm not fussed, as long as you get one if you want one. But yeah, it has been extended to Tuesday, I think. Tuesday. I think the last few times I've done evaluations, I just don't pay even the 50% anymore. I only go for the 80%. They have them regular enough. I don't think they've had them any less often than once a month, which is enough for me. I just can't even pay the half price anymore. I've paid that much. Okay, interesting to see what happens here. Are we going to continue down if we hit this EMA? Let's have a look. So we've had this big push down, didn't we? We've come up there and we've pushed down some more. So I think, let's see if we can get a set up. So there is 1 push up there and a pullback. Let's see if we can get up here. Although that did make a nice trend, I still believe that to be a little bit risky. It's just a little bit far away and it's a little bit sideways for me, but we've had a push up. That's a first entry, so we can get a decent signal bar here. And I'll try and ride it down here. I certainly think we're going here. I'd like to think we're going further because I'd like to get a few points out of one if we can. Now, the beauty about me being a bit flexible with the runner now, if your $2,500 drawdown will follow you. So if I go down to here, that's where your drawdown will go. The fact that it pulls back, your profit will go back, but your drawdown will stay the same. But the beauty is, in $50 from where I am now, my drawdown stays where it is, so I can afford to be a little bit more flexible with the runner. I don't have to worry about it coming back a little bit more. So, a bit congested here, see? So you've got to be careful taking shorts like this. I know we've had a break and it's not a terrible signal bar, but the fact that it's doing that could mean it'll trigger and come and stop you out and then end up going exactly the same way you intended it on going. So you've got to be careful with that. Absolutely, yeah. Well, I'm $64 away now, so I've got a little bit more flexibility because now, from now on, my risk just keeps getting smaller and smaller. So it just, you can relax. See, I think when I get over 5,000, then I may think about swinging some of these a little more and allowing a pullback. At the moment, I let it have a first push, and I tend to take my profits. Whereas if you'd have taken this, we haven't had a break of the channel. Even if we get a break, it's going to be way below here, so you can afford to hold a bit and then take that, that next push down for the new low. But obviously, when you've got that drawdown, staying here, your profits are decreasing, but your drawdown with it just makes things a little bit less unsure. So. I need a cushion. Can you hear my can you hear that, can you? I tried to adjust this microphone the other day to stop this. Perhaps I need a little bit more. I've got some settings on this which adjust any type of background noise. I don't think a cushion make a difference. It's the chair that's cracking, so I need to adjust that. I mean, that's the beauty about you're in California. Yeah, of course you are. No, that's the beauty about when you start. You're sort of learning and adapting and fine-tuning things, so you're cutting out any type of background noise. So, not sure what's happening here. We had similar here, didn't we? We came down, we had this bit of sort of arching before it popped back up, so... Let's see. Yeah, this is not very clear, is it? One push up. I suppose you could class this as two. It's a bit messy, isn't it? So what we get here, we haven't broken this low, have we? I think if we're this close to yesterday's lows, I think it's likely we're going to hit them. We can get a big bearish bar here now. I'm going to get an order ready, but it's going to have to be a good setup. Sorry. Nicholas, sorry, cushion. That's what you mean. I thought you meant one for my arse, and I thought the chair was cracking. Sorry. Yeah, it's safety cushion. I know what you mean. Yeah, sorry. More money you count. Yeah, obviously as that goes up, I like to think when I get to 5,000 in there, I can sort of start growing my nails back. So okay, this is. Gotta be careful here. Could push up here a little bit. It's possible we're gonna have a break and a new low, but I'm not. The way it's looking at the moment, it's a little bit it's a little bit confusing. We sort of did the same here, didn't we? Came down in this channel, sort of had a bit of a break. Yeah, we made a new low here, we did, but see this bit of a curving. I'm not convinced that it's coming straight down here. See if this ends up bearish. If it does, I think it's a little bit risky. I'd like to wait for a lower high, in which case trouble is a lower high is going to be down here. This is where my target is. This is where I believe it's going. And I think it's fair to say it could quite easily go a bit lower. I'm just going to get rid of that for now. I like to have another overall picture. Sometimes, say, before I was streaming on another chart, I'd have that like that on another screen so I could have a quick glance at the overall. When I do like it zoomed in. I'm 53 now and the eyesight isn't what it used to be. So you sometimes kind of zoom in a little bit, but I always like to have that overall picture. That to me is a clear downtrend. So whether we come up here before we move down again, I kind of hope we do, because then we got a good bit of scope there to take a trade to ride down to the bottom, whereas if we get something here, lower high might only be here, we may not get a decent push enough to make a few quid, but let's zoom back in a bit. Okay, got a short-term trend channel which was just at a break. So this might be where it then starts to move down. So if it does, it's just the way the EMA is pointing upwards. I'll be waiting for a lower high to ride it down. Not a fan of going into, shorting into an up moving EMA, especially when there is a possibility we could end up moving towards the top. I don't think there's any type of nothing there really, is there? That doesn't look right to me. Yeah, see, just by looking at the last two swings on the 10,000 tick, we've had two legs down, pull back above the EMA, 1, 2 legs down. We could come back up here, couldn't we? To make a bit of, to sort of complete the pattern, in which case it could come back up here. So that to me is looking quite interesting. I want to push strongly down here, which we have. If we can find a lower high, then I'll ride that down to the bottom. So trouble is, with something like that, when you do get a low high, sometimes it moves up bloody quick. So what I'm going to do is get a limit order, something I can just drop in. Because sometimes when it moves down that quick, your normal orders get kicked out because you drop them right on the entry. Okay, this is looking nice and bearish to me, and now I'm thinking down here next. We've had two pushes up, we've had a break of this, we've had a short-term trend up, we've had a break of it, we've had a nice big bearish bar, push strongly down below the EMA. EMA's starting to look this tilt down, so I think I need to find an entry here. I'm not just going to take it here, because sod's law, when you sit and watch this, nearly every time it'll come straight down, but as soon as you just decide to drop an order in here randomly, it'll trigger you and stop you out, and then end up going down anyway. So I'm keeping my eyes eagerly focused and then I'll ride it, hopefully, down below. Don't push down too quick, please. Give me a setup. Don't often do no trades for the day, but it has happened. Once I can remember taking no trades. I've taken one trade quite a few times, but it's so tempting, isn't it, to get in here, but no, my luck, it'll tick below and then come back up, tick above it. Nice big bearish bar and down it will go, and you'll miss it all and lose. Okay, kind of like that. So let's see what happens here now. If we can get this nice and bearish. I may not even wait for it to get that. Okay, I'm liking that. If we can end up bearish, if that ends up bearish, I'm on that trade. That has pushed up strongly, that, hasn't it? Let's see what happens. I don't think that's going to end up where I want. Let's have a look. 2 pushes up. Yeah, I'm not convinced we're not coming to the back here. I'm just going to get rid of this a minute. Yeah, see if I look at the 10,000 tick chart now. We've had a sort of big push up, followed by another bearish, big strong bullish bar. So I'm thinking we're going to end up here. So we could come towards this top unless something shows me otherwise. So I'm thinking our next move, possibly, is towards the top of this channel. Just by the fact we've had that big strong push above it. See if we can get above this. If we can get above this candle here, I think that increases our chance of going higher. And I think there's possibly going to be some shorts in there. They may have gone out below this bottom, but I think if we can get above here, then I think our next target is towards the top somewhere. This trigger's below here. It is a lower high, but it's above the EMA. EMA's flat, so I think it's risky. Yeah, it's a bit choppy, this. Hey, Sam, how you doing? Go down here, it's going to 3847. 3847. Go down here. That would be lovely if we can get a set up. Say 470, 3847. 4647. Wouldn't that be nice? It's just at the moment we're in this little sideways bit, so even if we get maybe a failure, taking a failure here is risky because it could bounce off the bottom and come back up a bit more. Yeah, good morning, mate. Good morning, brother. It's morning for you, isn't it? It's about 4:30 in the afternoon for me. I'm assuming it's nice and warm over there in Hawaii, isn't it? You're so lucky. You're so lucky. No, the other half live. Okay, we're getting a little bit sideways here, which is telling me people are thinking, well, we're in a downtrend, so we're coming down. And there's probably going to be some people thinking, well, yeah, we are, but we may need to come up here and test the top side of this channel first. That's when you can get that little bit of uncertainty. I'm looking at my phone and I'm seeing ping after ping after ping. It's my wife. Out Christmas shopping, it's getting dangerous. Home bargains, car factory, Superdrug, something limited. Muffin break. £18 for a muffin break. How much are bloody muffins? This is getting stressful to watch, this is. I don't know what's more stressful, trading or watching my wife spending money on a card. See what I mentioned about the lower high? Failure. See, we've had a break of this channel, new high, try to go once, try to go twice. This could turn into a failure. I think it's risky though, because you're going short at the bottom here. And at the moment, for me, this is sideways moving, so I think that's dangerous. Because what often happens is when you get this sideways movement, it's a trigger, come down here, bounce off the bottom, and then go back to the top. But it hasn't finished bearish on my chart anyway, so hopefully it hasn't on yours. Where else have we had that sideways? We've had some here, haven't we? We've had a push down, sideways, gone up, push down, sideways. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if we come up here. I like to think we're coming down, but I wouldn't be shocked if we came towards the top first. See if we're going to break out at the top or a break out at the bottom might give us an indication where it's likely to go. 69 degrees. Ah, you lucky devil. Very nice. What part of Hawaii do you live? See, if I mention Hawaii to my daughter, she go, I ain't going there, there's volcanoes. Although I know my wife would love to go. I think we're quite lucky here. We don't have no volcanoes. We have no tsunamis. We have no tornadoes. No poisonous snakes. No poisonous spiders. We have nothing that can really bite you. Apart from maybe an ex-wife. We're quite lucky over here. Honolulu. Oh, how lucky are you? Honolulu. Okay, we may get out the bottom now. I'm just trying to think where there may be some long trades, stops to eat through. So that is a push down, 2 pushes down. So it may turn around and come up, but I think it's more likely we're going to hit this target now, but you just never know when it goes sideways. There's just no real setups. Unfortunately, I can only see 2 setups today, which that one is slightly riskier. That one's a possibility, but I don't like the way we got that long a stem. And that one there, slightly riskier, but I think that was probably the best trade of the day so far. I don't think that was bad. I think that was pretty good. It was a big bar, but 2 pushes up, big bearish bar right where I like it. That was probably the better one of the day, I'd say, followed by that one, and followed by that one. But as you know, I try to be quite strict. I'd rather take one good trade and have a really good movement, maybe take 6 or 8 points or something out of it, You took the Fells second entry long for 2. This one here, yeah. The only reason I didn't take that is because one, it's sideways, and I wouldn't be shocked if that one came down and triggered above you. So I like to try and take obvious ones, but well done you. First leg is kind of steep. Second leg might be steep as well. Okay, so there's the overnight lows. Sorry, yesterday's lows. And we had a good strong push down. Yeah. I bet you wish you'd have held on to your... Where's this gone? See, if I was going to take 2 points, that would tell me it'd get out the bottom of that range. And then I'd be thinking down here then, so I may have held on to that. Where's it come for? So you'd have got 6 points out of it, wouldn't you? Yeah, if I'd have taken that one, see, if we can get below here, then I may have dragged my stop down around here somewhere and tried to run that a bit. Yeah, it seems like we're having quite a nice, fair downtrend all day. It's not often we get a nice... I mean, we had a trend. I think we had an uptrend or a downtrend the other day, didn't we? Quite a nice one. That's not too bad, actually. Let's see if... where the leg would have been. Were we expecting it to come down? A bit lower still. What was that for? That was you say that one. Well, I think it's fair to say there's a good chance we're going to hit that one. This will be the second leg down. So I've got to say, lately, the market for me is getting a little bit more predictable. So that's a good thing, I think. Unless I'm just sitting a bit more patiently and observing instead of trying to force trades. Yeah, I think it's fair to say we could come down here, certainly to the bottom. There's a push down. There's another push down, so that's possible. Yeah, if that had been even if it had been quite bearish, the fact that it's right in the bottom third of that range, and that could have gone on a little bit more, in all fairness. Yeah, there's been no real eureka trades, I don't think. So we've had this push up, haven't we? We've had a break, a new high, trying to go once or twice or 3 times. That I don't think was a bad trade. I just wish it was a little bit more bearish. But we've come to the top, and we've clearly respected the top of this channel. So the next way you would expect would be to go down. And we've had a push followed by this. I think, again, I may have taken that one, and there was our clear 2 pushes down. That one for me, a little bit sideways, so a little bit more riskier. Or do I just need to grow some? Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can get a little bit wary about pulling the trigger. I've never seemed to suffer with that. I just did say to myself, this works if you follow the rules and take a good setup, and I don't think we've had a great setup today. Although there clearly been points around. Congestion here, so let's so yeah, this is my target now down the bottom. We've had a strong push down there. However, wherever this finishes, I can see another push down. So if we can get up to this EMA and find an half decent setup, I think that's worth taking. this. Where is it? There's my okay. So we've had a push down there, and we've had another push down. They almost seem like measured legs. Without making this bigger, look, I can't get to the top. Okay, where's my measured leg tool? Let's move that over there. There it is. So look at that. So there to there. Yeah. So there is 5, possibly 10 more points to take a measured leg there, which is telling me that I think there's a good chance it's going to come down to here. So what did we say? Possible 10 points. So let's stick it where it is. Where's this? Wrong one. Possible 10 points from the middle. Let's have a look. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so that is more or less what I've seen on the 10,000 tick chart. So that's made me relatively sure we're coming down to here, certainly below here. But you just can't take a trade there, just too risky. No, no, luck it'll trigger, pop back up there, especially the way it's done this. It's got to go back up to here for me to take a trade. But I think it's likely it's going to go here. Trouble is, you jump in here, you're going to have to put your stop up here, which is going to give you, what, 6 or 8 points. It's just not worth it. But it is so tempting sometimes just to drop a stop in here, but look at that, you just can't do it. But I would say this is definitely our target. Let's look at this. I'm just going to do it from here, where these red candles start. About there. Actually, no. Let's do it from the top here. Yeah. I think we're coming down there. I think it's safe to say. First push down, sideways. Second push down. Shame, isn't it? I bet you wish you'd have held on to that now, don't you? That would have been nice. What have you got there? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 10 points. Quite likely 16. What time is it? 20 to... Yeah, I'm probably going to hold on for about another hour and a half. I like to try and get something. It's just gone. It's 20 to 4, so 2, 3 or 4. We've been trading 2 hours, 10 minutes, so plenty time left. I'm not in a rush. I like to get something. I trailed it. My runner just got stopped out. Oh, okay, well done. So I would say you have quite possibly got somewhere around about here, yeah? If your stops got taken out, so somewhere around about the what, the 7 to 9 mark, something like that. Good for you, mate. Get back to this EMA and get a setup. Now, I'm quite happy to sit here for 4 hours, even to get one trade. But if I get one winning trade and I can get $300 to $400 out of it, I'm happy. If I can get $400 on 2 accounts once a day, 5 days a week. That's $2,000 a week just from one simple trade. 2 contracts. You can do up to 10 on here, so you times that by 5. 10,000, like $10,000 a week. So you can make a stink load of money, really. It's certainly possible. I kind of like the way that's coming back up. I genuinely believe we're coming down here. Big push. Yeah. I've just got to find a half decent setup. The only trouble is, I believe we're coming down here, but it could come up a bit more. You know, it could push around here and then go short. It's possible it could come to the top here. Let's have a look. So we've had one big push down. Second. Yeah, so so we've had one push down, then we've come back up to the top, another push down. So we've had this trend and we've had a break in a new low. We've come up. We've had this trend, we've had a break in a new low, and we've come up. So I would say it's likely, based on what we've done so far, that we're going to come down here first before we maybe come back up to the top. So if we can get a trade around here, I think that's worth looking at. So yeah, I've had a short-term trend channel up there, so let's just draw that there. Let me just pop you on hold just 1 second. I've just got a quick call I need to take. Sorry about that. Okay, we've had this short-term trend channel. I'm expecting it to move a little bit above, like it did here. Let's see if we can get a decent setup. Okay. Nice to get one. If I can get a setup here, I'm going to try and ride that down to the bottom. Let me just have a look at that. Okay, so there's 2 legs down there, back up to here. So I think it's fair to assume if we can get something like that, depending on where it finishes. I think it's fair to assume this could be our target area down the bottom. See obviously where this finishes. This looks like it's a bit of a break. It's not over yet. It's quite a strong move up, that is. But it does seem to be stalling here and slowing down, which is indicating to me that the buyers are deciding this might be an area to get rid and take our profits because they're thinking that it may then move another leg down. So this is going to be an area of interest for me. Yeah, breaking a new extreme. Absolutely. It doesn't always do that, but it is nice to give you confirmation, isn't it? Okay, this is clearly our break, so let's have a little look. So I'm going to get an order ready. Because I think then we are likely to get down the bottom. I'm not saying we're going straight there, but I think it's going to be possibly something like that. Good push down, followed by a pullback maybe. Bit of sideways, followed by another push, but I think definitely somewhere around here is going to be our target. So this looks like it may make a new high. But as I said before, I'm waiting for a lower high because sometimes it'll do this, come back here, make a new high, make a lovely big bearish bar, trigger below, and then it'll make another leg up there. So one leg, two legs. So you're going to be wary about that, which is why I like the confirmation of a lower high. So if you don't get caught out the first time, the second time then usually confirms it's coming lower. But at the moment, a little bit of sideways is telling me some people think it may go higher, some people think it may go lower. Lower if I had to bet on it. Hasn't making a new high, but it has made, it has met the previous highs, so maybe that's enough. But it is possible. I doubt it that it may do something like this. I doubt it. This is all my personal opinion. I'm thinking bearish. I felt bearish all day. Every time it comes back here, it teeters above it and then eventually comes lower, which is what I'm seeing at the moment. As you get a big bearish bar here, you take it, it could go back up, make a new high before it comes lower, so it's just risky. I'm thinking it's likely it may just push straight down and not give you a setup, but I have to take a setup. It has triggered lower now, so if we can get a trigger high followed by a bearish bar, that's good enough for me. So I'd like to trigger higher, just to keep me happy. And then finish bearish. Come on, get up there, come on. Trouble is, if it doesn't, if it stays there, that could indicate a little bit of sideways movement, which means it could really go either way, but I'd really like to break above here, because then if we get a bearish bar, that engulfs this one, and that's good enough for me to go short. And I really want to make some of this move. If it does break above here, then I think I might just put an order below there and see what happens. Come on, 2 ticks, come on. Come on. Tick. Come on. Push above. Come on, it's not that hard, is it? No, a little bit of sideways movement there. Okay, let's see what the next bar's going to do. Okay, so we've clearly had a break out of this channel, so let's put that like that. And let's call all those green bars our channel. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's risky when it's this. You take, you short here, it'll come back, tricky up, make a beautiful big bearish bar, and down it'll go. I'm not going to short yet. 2 targets are reached. I'll wait for the pattern going down. See, there may be some shorts in there. That's triggered and that's stopped them out. Not many, I don't think. If there was a lot of shorts in there, that might have given it a little bit of momentum. See what happens here now. Okay, maybe there was a few shorts in there. I know in some cases they put a couple of ticks above there. I tend to now for some reason. Let's see what happens here. Okay, there's a breaker. There's our new high. That's clear. Now I'm looking for a lower high. Because as I said, it is possible it could do that break and have another leg here. So I want to give it the opportunity to do that. And if it's not going to happen, I want it to push below here and give me a lower high. Because if I look at the 10,000 tick chart, I am aware that we've had this strong push down, a pullback, and another low. There is a possibility we could come up here. So I'm keeping that in my mind as well. And there's definitely a little bit of congestion. Yeah. Typical, often it does that, doesn't give you a setup, so I'm looking for a lower high. Took that trap, got your scalp. See if we can get a lower high here. I want that to try and stay below the EMA really, or to close below the EMA, because the EMA is flat at the minute. That can stay below the EMA, it'll keep it slightly dipping. Stay down. Yeah, it's a little bit sideways here. I can't see how there's a any longs in that above there. And even if there is, if that pushes down, the fact that we got 3 bars then back to back doesn't give me a lot of confidence. I'm still thinking we're going low, but I'm not convinced we're not going to tick up here once or twice first. I've just put that randomly just to see if it gives me any sort of more of a pattern. Okay, so we've had a new high. We've had a push up, potentially high or low, but just these bars side by side makes me a bit nervous. Can't even see where there would be any longs in there, because sometimes if you can get a bar like that where there's going to be longs, if you do break below, it gives you that, as it eats those stops, it gives you that momentum then. But I can't see where there's a trade there to go long, which tells me I need to set my fingers. Yeah, I can't think up at the moment, mate. I think we're coming down, personally. I'm not saying we're not going to go up a bit first before we come down, but everything for me is telling me bearish. Everything is. We've pushed down, we've had a break, we've had a new low, we've pushed up. We've had multiple times to try and go higher, and we haven't. We've had a strong push through the EMA, push back up. To me, it's struggling to get higher. I think there's more traders thinking this is bearish, and we're doing something here. We had break above it, break below it, good push above. We tried to get higher in the end. Gravity took over and down we went, so I'm thinking the lower I am, there's nothing that's telling me any other really. I know it's possible to go higher before we go lower, but just what I'm seeing now. Yeah, I can't see any longs. Having said that, on the 10,000 tick chart, we've had one push up. That could be a hidden second entry. So it is possible it can go up, but obviously I'm waiting for a setup. It's certainly sideways, so nothing at the moment. Okay, that looks right to me. So we need to get down below here. I think when we can get below here, I think that's when my interest starts to take. That's when I start to take interest. You went long there, did you? Did you go long there? You took the failure, did you? Push up, try to go once, try to go twice. Yeah. Where's your target? 3863 up here. Yeah, it was certainly possible it was going to go up, which is why I just had to. I couldn't sort of get any interest really. You just don't know, do you? Like I said, this could be a push up followed by another push up. This area here, more or less where you've said actually, is where I'm going to think it's going to slow down if it is. At least then, if we can get some sort of setup, then we've got scope then to take a decent amount of profit down to this lower area. Let's move this up to here. Let's see if that finishes there. Let's have a look. That's there, isn't it? That needs to come down a touch more. Yeah, let's see. Okay. See, that is basically where that's closing, isn't it? There's our first leg down, there's our second leg down. So let's see what happens here. I don't know, I'll take a short there anyway. If it is going to go up, it's just risky. It could tick below and push back up. I mean, there is it's possible that it's going to do something like that. In which case it's going to take you up here where we've had this clear area of support. So I think it's feasible. We may get a little pull back and it's going to sit up here. Let's get rid of this. We know that finishes around here, so we'll see. Excuse me just a second. Okay. Let's have a look. Big resistance of 3863. Yeah, this is this area here, isn't it? And based on what I can see, I'm still thinking down here to complete this second leg. And we're bearish anyway. It looks like we are having a couple of pushes up on the 10,000 tick chart to here, which would take us to around about the same area. Then I'm thinking then short. So in fact, I'm quite happy to look for something short up here because there's such a big opportunity of taking some nice profit down there. But let's see. Just get an overall picture. Yeah, so we've sort of done the same. We've had this good push down break, new low, push up, good push down break, new low, push up. So it looks like we're going to get up here. If we can, I'm not concerned taking shorts here. If we can get to this top area here, then that's an area I'll look to take short. Otherwise, wait for it to push below the EMA and look for something like a lower high or a failure or something. But it would be nice to get a trade in today. Let's just get rid of that in a minute. And that. Okay, this looks like two pushes up. I'm going to get rid of that as well for now. Okay. Let's see where this finishes. So I will be. I'm not finishing yet. I'll go on for another hour or so yet. I will be streaming up to Thursday, I think. Wait today, Monday, so Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. 3 more days, and then obviously then the Christmas break, and it's going to be New Year then. I'm not sure what happens next. I can't remember what happened last Christmas, but whether anybody trades around the 27th, 28th, I'm not sure. But if I do make a video, then I will put a link into the Facebook group. If you're not a part of the Facebook group, I think if you subscribe to the channel, I think you'll get a notification. If I'm still quite new to YouTube, but I believe if you're a subscriber, you get a notification if I put a scheduled stream on. It depends where you've hooked me up from, really. I think a lot of people are probably via the Pat's Facebook group, which I put a link on there, so you can follow it for there. But if you're not part of that, then if you subscribe, I believe you get a notification. And as long as things go as well as they have done, I will post my first payment. I'll post a picture of my request, and I'll post a picture of any email I receive about the request, and I'll post a picture when it's in my deal account, and I'll post a picture when it's in my bank account. And then I'll post a picture of me sat on a beach in a pair of budgie smugglers spending it. I certainly might buy myself a nice bottle of champagne or something nice just to celebrate the fact that I've finally earned some money out of it. But I will post every picture on the way, because it is nice to see somebody get paid, you know, because I suppose some people still have doubts sometimes. Does everyone get paid, you know? In fact, one thing I did want to mention is there was something on one of the Facebook channels the other day about a guy that had his account removed. He let it close, and any profits inside he lost. Now, apparently he took a trade on the 12/22 contract date. Now, we all rolled over, I think, last week, didn't we? Now, the trouble is, just by the nature of prop firms, is their target audience is newer traders. So there are going to be a lot of traders that might not understand how futures work and with the rollover, because I think it's feasible for a trader to think, well, it's saying the 12/22 and we're still in December, so why can't I take a trade? So if you don't know, or there's gaps in your learning, there was certainly a time where I didn't roll over and I didn't know much about it. But apparently the trade went through, but he couldn't close it. So Apex closed his account. It was a PA account. He said it was profitable, so I don't know how much was in there. But they closed his account and he lost his money, which I think is a bit harsh. Because, as I said, it's possible someone's going to look at this and think, well, it says December 2022, and it is December 22. So I think it's a bit harsh. Because he's made a mistake, I don't think he should lose his account. Now, if the error caused a loss in the profit in the account, then that's fair enough. Then maybe he should lose that, I think. But I think sometimes it's a bit harsh to take a guy's account away. Well, apparently, whether it's in the rules, I think a couple of people mentioned that they can't see where it says that rule, but I don't know. It's just something I wanted to mention, because I think it's good to work out these issues and find out when things go wrong, how are they resolved, because it makes It makes us more confident because, my plan is to build this account up. And if I end up with $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 in there, and I make a mistake that I've maybe over, haven't judged something right, or there's some sort of obscure rule that I haven't noticed, and I end up having my whole account ripped, I think it's harsh. It's almost like getting a speeding ticket and them saying, well, here's your £100 fine, and now we're taking your 20 grand car off you. Seems a bit harsh. But it's just something I wanted to mention. I don't know whether anybody saw anything about it or anyone has any thoughts on it. But Apex sent an email to them to switch. Yeah, exactly. They did with me as well. So, but maybe he was away on holiday, or maybe he was working, or he didn't check his emails. Doesn't Ninja notify you? I haven't noticed. They probably do, yeah. Excuse me, they probably do. But I suppose you can understand a newer trader where there's a little bit of confusion. I think to take his account and to confiscate the money in his account, I think is harsh. Because if he could have spent a lot of time working and building that money, and if there wasn't a loss on the account, if there was no financial loss, I don't understand why he had all his funds removed. I think they need to be a little bit more open on that, and it almost seems like it's a stepping stone, a little stumbling block for someone that might fall over, and we can take their account. So I think it's a bit harsh sometimes. It is to me like getting a speeding ticket and then they take away your car, So trouble is, there's a couple of times I've posted questions about that on some of the Facebook groups, and it's blocked. The question's blocked, and sometimes you get the impression, well, why they're only sort of allow what they want you to hear. So, I'm a bit on the fence about that. I think a warning will let them keep going. Yeah, I think maybe Daryl should, say a few words on what happened exactly, because there's always two sides to a story. But if the account didn't occur a loss, I don't see why. If you had $10,000 in there, I think it's harsh to take a guy's money. As far as I'm concerned, that's his money. He's built that up. And just for a slight slip up or an error, I think it's harsh to take away his money. Maybe a fine, or if the account, you couldn't close the trade and it had moved and lost $1,000 before the trade was cancelled, then absolutely it should come off his profit. But I think just to say you've made a mistake, we're taking all your money, I think is harsh. Perhaps they can in the future block. Well, Daryl said he doesn't have any control over Rhythmic or doesn't recognise it or something. But okay, well, if Rhythmic didn't recognise it, did it incur a loss? I don't believe it did, in which case, why did they take all his money off him? So I think that's the one unfair side that I can see, because it's almost like, they almost put a couple of trapdoors out there for you, and if you absolutely fall through them, they just rip everything off you. I think it's harsh to take away all your money and your profit, because it's money you've spent time and effort earning. And not only have you made that money, it's the amount of money you've invested in Apex, taking, like me, many evaluations to get where I am today. And then just to say, you've made a mistake, we're taking all your money. If it doesn't occur a cost, I don't see why they need to do that. It's almost like they're leaving a couple of little traps for you to stumble on, which I think is it's not fair, I don't think. You've got to play the game. Your customers are just as important. They need us, we need them. And I think to do things like that and take a guy's money, which you could have spent months and months working hard to take, I think is a little bit cruel, I think. Okay, so yeah, I just wanted to mention that. I don't know what anybody's thoughts are, but so okay, let's have a little look. Okay, so we're working. Yeah, that's why I was a bit unsure about taking anything around here, because I knew it was a possibility at some point we could come back here. So let's. I'm still thinking bearish. This is still my target. Whether we'll get there, I think we will. But you never know. Okay, so we've more or less played this 2 legs out. So let's see what happens here. This could be a bit almost like a bit of a spiking channel. Let's do it from this side. Oh no. Okay. That sort of works, doesn't it? Yeah, that sort of works. It's a bit messy. So if that channel were to be valid, we'd need a break and a new high. So we'll see. May just drop straight out, and who knows? Hey Emily, how you doing? How's New Zealand? And it's early morning for you, isn't it? What is it, about 20 past 3, 20 past 4 in the morning? Have you literally just gotten out of bed, have you? Excuse me a second. Okay. Right. Sorry, Emily. Yeah, 20 past 6. Oh, it's not too bad. It's still early, isn't it? Okay, so we have had this break out of this channel, if we are calling it a channel. So let's see if we can get up here. If we can get up here, then I'm definitely thinking short again. There's always the possibility that we could break out this channel. And I'm kind of sort of hope we do in a way, because if we can get up here, I think it's feasible if you had the patience to. It's quite a distance down here. So because we have come close to this, there's always the possibility that we've just got that channel, we've had a breakout, we've had a few pushes high, and it could just reverse. So it may not abide by the rules of this channel. So we'll see. Okay, so we know we broke. I'm in fact going to remove that channel, because you could think, well, we've had a short-term trend channel, we've had a break, new high, pull back. We've had a few pushes up. It's almost, in fact, if I bring that here, that's the top of it, isn't it? Where's this? There, isn't it? So we've missed that by a tick or two, haven't we? So it is possible we could start to move down from here. So we know I've taken the channel, but we know we've had a break anyway. So if it's going to act like a channel, then it's going to come up here, isn't it? But let's see what happens here. So we've had a push down to the EMA. They're all bearish. It's closed below, but it is on my chart. It may not be on your chart. Now, if I look at the 10,000 tick chart, we've come up to it. We've come up to it quite nicely. So it could come straight down, or it might go a little bit higher. In which case, towards the top of this channel. But it has been quite bearish today, so I'm not convinced it's not going to come straight down. So let's see. What happens here? If this ends up bullish, then it may come up. In fact, I was considering. I know a couple of times I've put posts on some of the Apex Facebook groups, and they've been blocked. And I haven't asked. I've just been honest. Like, I haven't been funny or anything. I've asked valid questions, and sometimes I don't like it when they block people because it's like they only allow what they want you to hear. I did consider starting a Facebook group and calling it something like proprietary firms for futures traders, open and honest free chat, something like that, where people can put their own gripes, where people like Daryl from Apex and any other groups are welcome to come along and answer questions. But I think it's good to have honest and open discussion. I don't think things should be. I don't think there should be a certain amount of too much control in it. I think we have to have open and honest discussion because a lot of people invest a lot of money in Apex and the other prop firms out there. So I think it's important if people have got issues or gripes. I think it's important that there's open. If I was to do something like that, I certainly wouldn't restrict anything. Any sort of bad insulting or anything like that. As long as people are generally polite, they can put pretty much whatever they want. But I think we need a platform that is open and honest and allows people to ask questions without, what they say being controlled or sort of restricted in any form. So that's something I might think about over Christmas. And that way, if anybody's got any issues, they can put it there and say what they want to say. Okay, so industry, it's already murky at best. We need more transparent. Absolutely. I think we do because it's, we invest a lot of our time. I mean, I've spent 2 years and I've invested quite a lot of money in Apex. And I like to think that I'm going to hopefully get my rewards when I've worked hard enough and put my effort in. And sometimes when you get close to your rewards and you hear little things like this, you just tend to think, do they really just make more money out of people failing? I know people say we go on to a live account and earn real money, and yeah, I believe you can, but you can imagine how much money they make from people failing. And sometimes, when you feel like you're getting somewhere, it can make you a little bit edgy, but we definitely need more transparency, and we certainly need a lot more open dialogue. So I think maybe a Facebook group which covers, all the current prop firms that guys like us use. I think to have people to have the freedom to put what they want, as long as they're not using any shocking bad language or they're not any insults. But I think you need to have the freedom of asking the questions and putting down, because there's nothing worse. It protects us all in the end. There's nothing worse than to feel a bit hard done by and you put a comment on and it's blocked. That tends to make you even more suspicious. So I'm going to think about it over Christmas, and I'm quite happy to I wouldn't block anybody. You've got to have the right to ask the question, but then you've got to have the people that run these prop firms, you've got to give them the right to answer the questions as well, because there's always two sides to a story. But I'd like more transparency. Don't get me wrong, I like Apex. I think what they do is great. From what I've seen is great. But I think sometimes they have these little issues that come up that I think, this just doesn't sound quite right to me. People make mistakes. It's a fact. I mean, if you had your own live account and you had £10,000 and then you made a cock up, then you're risking losing some of your money. But you're not going to have Apex and say, sorry, you've made a mistake. We're taking all your £10,000 off you. That to me is harsh. So that's something I'm going to consider over Christmas. So if we look at this now, we've had 2 pushes down. Does look to me like we're going to start to... It's just frustrating, though, when there's no real setup. Just seems to want to just come down, doesn't it, without giving any setups. Yeah, if I look on the 10,000 tick chart, we can see we've had sort of... It's almost like a hidden second entry, but that is a bit of a doji. It's a little bit risky. But I do think down is it now, but I think if we don't come back here a little bit and have an opportunity to get low, it may work its way down there without us. I don't think I've ever not had a trade. I don't think. Maybe once. It doesn't ring any bells. Let's go about there, I would say, something like that. So that to me looks like 2 pushes. So there is quite a bit of resistance around here, isn't there? Somewhere around there. And it is possible that it could come down here and bounce a little bit. I am thinking lower. Jimmy. Hey, no, mate. No. Sorry. Just having a chat with Jimmy Trader. He hasn't been able to get back on the stream for some reason. I'm not quite sure why. He thought I might have blocked him. I'm quite new to YouTube. I wouldn't know how to block if I wanted to. No, I don't. I wouldn't block anybody anyway. Nah, especially a UK guy. No, he thinks it might be his hand anyway. No setups. No, there isn't really, is there? I mean, it's certainly doing what we're thinking. We're doing what, isn't it? But there's no setups, is there? It's so easy to go, to short here and then it trigger below and come back up, hit this and then floor it to the bottom. But see, there is a sort of lower high here. The trouble is, it's just so far away. And I don't like the way we got this bit of resistance here. I think we're coming lower, but it's just risky, isn't it? So tempting, isn't it? But I've done it so many times before. Guaranteed, 9 times out of 10, you'll see it go there. As soon as you do it, it shafts you. Just wondering if there is some form of a... No. Let's get rid of them. Come on, let's get back here and give us a bloody opportunity. Come on. I'm just wondering, see this little bit of here where there's going to be some possible longs there. Okay, so we're getting back up here. I still think we're going lower. So I think, let's have a good look at this now. That to me is one push down. This to me is another. So we've had 2 pushes up, 1 push down. So I'm looking for something here. But I think it's important, and I've been guilty of this myself, because we're getting through the day quickly and there's no real setups, to still take a decent setup, because guaranteed, whenever you're getting patient and just think, we're going short, I'm just going to stick it here, you get shafted. So I've been guilty of that before in the past, thinking, oh God, I've been here all day, I'm going to take a short, it's got to go short. And Sod's law, you lose out. So we'll see. So we've had this push down. We've had 1 push up. Trouble is, just doing a trade there, in my opinion, is risky. I can't see anything else. Well, I suppose actually it's a lower high, isn't it? This push up. It is a lower high, I'll tell you what. Let's see how it finishes. So stop. If it finishes, let's just get an order in ready. We'll see how we get on. No, for some reason, Jimmy can't get back on the stream for some reason. He thinks it may be something to do with his internet, so he's going to have a look at it. Yeah, I'm still thinking bearish. If we can get below here and below here, but there is a bit of support here, isn't there? Moving way too far for low high, yeah. It is a bit, isn't it? That's run out. This is your sort of, because what you possibly do is do something like that. You could say that, couldn't you? So let's remove that a minute. Push them out the way. Yeah, so you've had one brand and yeah, we've had a short-term trend and a break and a new low. But we could be getting something like this. Now, to get down to the bottom, I would like something like this, a less steep angle. Let's have a look what it did before. Okay, so that came down quite steep. Didn't we had a break new low, a little bit sideways. Push up, touch the top, sharp push down, a little bit of a correction, new low, 2 legs up, new high. Yeah, I mean, this looks to me like we're definitely coming down, but I've got to wait for a setup. We've had one push down. I think it's feasible. We're going to get this other push down. If we can get below here, there's nothing else below, and I think of that then. This is target, so let's have a look. Got to wait for a setup, though. So if that comes to there, this is our target area, isn't it, down here for our second leg. So let's put that down there because I want to get this out of the way. Okay, so we've had this push new low. If we can get a break above here, followed by a bearish bar. Okay, so yeah, that to me looks like a short-term trend channel we've had. We've come down, we've had a break, we've had a new low, we've pushed up, we've had a break. We've got a new high, then if we can finish bearish, that for me. Yeah, same on the 10,000 tick chart. That to me is push up. If we can get something a bit higher up here, a break above this, and then go lower. Excuse me a minute, let me just put mute on my mic. Sorry about that, daughter going for a sleepover. Just saying goodbye. My daughter Emily going for a sleepover. Okay. So let's have a look. I was hoping this would break above here, and then I could take as a second entry short. It hasn't ticked above though, so can I take that or not? It's risky. But I'm just thinking there's quite likely going to be some longs in there. No, it's just too risky. So tempting just to jump in there because I'm pretty sure it's coming down, but without a setup, I'm just flying blind. If that had ticked above here, then okay, maybe we can get another push. Yeah, I think for me to get involved, we've got to push above here, really. As convinced as I am it's coming down, if I just took a trade there, I'd have to put my stop up here. If it did break up, it could hit that stop before it comes blashing back down. Just too risky. As tempting as it is, I told myself when I started this, I have to just follow the rules. I don't mind taking something slightly riskier, but there's no setup there, so hey Fife, how you doing, bud? You've just finished, where are we, Monday? You just finished work, have you? It's been quite a quiet day, actually. There seems to be enough movement. There's been plenty of movement. Maybe not as the usual amount, but we've had this lovely downtrend. But there's been a couple of setups, but just slightly riskier. Basically failed second entry long, that one. The trouble is it hasn't broken above it on my chart. That's the downside. Yep, don't fall straight now. It's just not worth it. I mean, I'm sure it's coming down, but the trouble is, see, you could count this one. You could say, there's your first entry, but it hasn't broken above here on my chart, so I'm just going to let my dog in the room, otherwise he's going to keep whining. Okay, maybe we'll get a lower high here. If we can get a push above here somewhere. Trouble is, it could do that and come out the top, and that could be our break. So you've got to be so careful. Good patience. Yeah, I think because I'm talking through stuff, it helps me hear it a bit clearer. But I've just come to the conclusion it's the only way it works. If there isn't a setup, you just can't take anything. Because if you do, the trouble is, if I take a setup that I believe to be a good trade and it loses, I haven't got so much of a problem with that. But if I jump in here, even though there's no real setup, and take a loss, that's when it tends to mess with my head and I feel like I've cheated the system and it knocks me on tilt. And I can't sort of forgive myself for that, which is why I just have to... I don't mind taking a slightly higher, riskier trade. Excuse me. Something that might be a little bit too far away, but I'm sure we're coming down. That I can deal with, but when there's no setup, it's just... I can't do it. I've just got to do it the right way. And so far, since I started the evaluation, I've done it the right way. And look what's happened. I passed my evaluation in 7 days, took it nice and steady. I had a loss, couple of losses or a loss, which is fine, but then I passed, and now I'm up to 2,500, which is double more than I've ever been up to before. So it just goes to show you, if you do things the right way, it works. And I have read that so many times, and I've heard it from so many people, but for some reason I could never get it through my thick head. But something inside me has changed a bit. Like this. I've come for now. That is triggered a failed second entry short. So let's see what happens here. If that comes down, if that ends up bearish, I'm going to take that trade, because I've had 2 legs down, made a new low. We've tried to go up by once, tried to go up twice. Bullish bar, bias is down for me. It might go up, it could possibly. Bias is down for me. So short from that would be good, but I think the market's got other. Let's have a look. Excuse me. Anyway, I'll take that if it comes bearish. But there again, like I said, it could have 2 pushes up. We still may be coming to this top, and we still may be coming to the top of the channel. Which is why, see, if I'd have got into a trade here, when there's no setup, it'd have gone down, what, point and a half, and look what have happened. I'd have got myself shafted. As convinced as I was that was coming down, but the right thing to do would be to wait, and look, it pays off. Look at that fail, so yeah. So, I don't think it's going to push. It doesn't seem to be pushing up as strongly as I thought, but it's not finished yet, is it? But just goes to show this. You think 1 leg down, pull back, nice bearish market. It's got to be worth taking a short there, but the trouble is, no setup. If you take a trade there, triggers you, stops you out. That's why the only way forward really is you just have to sit there. Now, there's going to be days where you're going to sit there and you may get a trade. So far, we've been here how long? 3 hours? Half 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6? No way, half 2. 5. We've been here over 3 hours and no trade, because I haven't deemed there's a good enough setup. So, and then the other day, you might get, I got 2 trades really quickly. $1,000. So you just got to, see, there's 2 nice clear pushes up there. So maybe this is a bit of a failure. We've come down in this channel, which looks like it's touched here, and here. I'm still thinking bearish. Could be a failed breakout. We could come up to here, I don't know, but I'm still thinking bullish, bearish at the moment. in there, Lance. Yeah, I just can't bring myself to go long at the moment. For me, I would say there is counter trend trading to me, because it could quite go up a little bit and then come crashing back down. See, for the market all day has been bearish, all bearish, bit of a pullback, all bearish, bit of a pullback. It's down for me, and I just can't counter trend trade. See this. This looks like it could be the start of the next lot push down. You follow the rules. You didn't force the trade out. Yeah, it worked. This is what real successful trade is about. It is, and it's taken me a long time to realise that, but it really is the only way. But strangely enough, I've heard that and I've read it so many times, but for some reason, it's just hard to get it in your head. You just think you can try and trick the market, or you can bend the rules, but they just don't work. You know, I understand it when you got to tell kids 50 times when they're young, they just don't get it through their heads, don't they? But adults, you think adults would be easy, but I find it so hard. If this second entry don't set up proper, I'm going to sleep. I don't blame you. Yeah, this could be a sort of a failed breakout, or this channel might be nothing, and there just might be a little bit of sideways movement there. I just put that there just out of interest. I like to put something there just to see if it's working along the same lines as me. How many vowels have I been through? Just check my wife's. Okay, my wife's out of the room. Watching? Watch closely. Watch closely. There you go. So, the one I passed, or the last one I did, is 70. So there's 70 failed apex evaluations. 70. Now, where do they finish here? So 8 failed. This is the 9th PA account. And all these are earned to trade. There's a few earned to trade. And all the rest of you profits. So what do we say? 70. There's a couple of mine. 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85. 85. So 85 failed. Well, 84, if you don't count the first one, failed evaluations. 84. And 8 failed peer counts. That's over 90. 84, 8, 92. Not including the 70th one I passed and this one I'm on. So 92 failures. Okay. So if you think, oh, I've done 50, I must be stupid. You ain't. Yeah, because there's a lot of people who've done a lot more. I know someone who's taken over 200. So I kind of don't mind showing you that. Because, you know, it lets people know where I've been. Yeah, see, do you know what I would say? Probably 25% of them I probably took in a very short period of time. Because I went through a time of being just constantly frustrated. It felt like being in a bad marriage. And if you've ever been in a bad marriage or a bad relationship, I haven't actually, but I know people who have. It's the slightest thing sets you off, and it's very, very hard to keep your focus. One day, I would say probably a month and a half ago, I think that they had an 80% off, and I think I failed 6 in a day. I was sticking on 5 and 10 contracts, just trying to hit the big time, because I was that frustrated. In the end, I remember sitting down to my wife and saying, I don't think I'm going to be able to do this. And I remember saying to her, are you going to think anything less of me if I don't? And she went, no. But if there's anybody I know that can do this, it's you. And from then on, things just started to change. I took a break for a week and didn't trade for a week. And then I just thought, I'm never going to be doing this unless I take it seriously. So I had the break, and I had the idea to live stream. Because I kind of talk to myself throughout the day, I do, and it's just my way of thinking out aloud. So I thought if I live stream and talk, it'll help me think about what I'm doing, and it'll help me hear it a bit clearer, and it'll make me accountable. See, if you imagine whatever job you do in your daytime, if you have bosses, all of a sudden you turn around and everyone's looking over your shoulder, what are you going to do? well, you're not going to cock up for a starters, are you? So that was my theory. And the combination of, I think, going full circle, my wife saying that, which I thought was a really nice thing for her to say, because my wife knows I can be very determined and stubborn sometimes, but I do get quite obsessive over things that I learn, and I don't like the fact when I can't do something. So she knows I'm quite driven. And I think the combination of her saying that, and me having a break and live streaming, I think something's just started to change in me. You know, which leads me to that point I keep making. You've got to give it time. You've got to, you know, it's like I said, if you have a marriage breakup or something, you're going to go through all sorts of emotions. They're not going to go away overnight. They're going to take a long time. But sooner or later, you'll get used to them, and they won't then play much of a part. You know, they'll slowly start to feather out until you get back to sort of normal and you're used to the feelings of them, and they don't bother you anymore. So that's what sort of happened to me. I've been trading now for about 12 days. I think this is day 5. 7 days on evaluation. So I've traded for 7 days. I've taken my time. I've taken proper setups. I've had about 2 or 3 losses in that time. And I've had green days every day. And I feel great because I know I'm doing things right. And when you do things right, it makes you feel good. So at the end of every day, I go away feeling like I'm finally getting somewhere, and I've finally, you know, decided whether it's to take it seriously or I don't know, whatever you call it. I think I've come full circle. And having the, you know, the fact that I'm lucky enough to, you know, being able to have the time to do it with my work, and, you know, having you guys coming in and chit-chatting through different issues and getting to know people. I think the whole package is put me in a better frame of mind. And, you know, see, if I'd have been, when I was talking about going shorter, thinking we're going longer, you know, a few weeks ago, I probably would have done. Look what happened. I'd have got triggered and stopped out, and I'd have been frustrating myself because I knew it wasn't a setup. So now I just wait for setup. So when you think about it, it's easy. You just got to wait for a setup and take it. But doing it, it's just mind-blowingly difficult. You know, anybody who's been doing this maybe for 3 or 6 months knows how hard it is. Well, I'll tell you something, it just gets harder and harder, and then you slowly start to get some clarity and things start to make sense, and there you go. Yeah, listen to me. Yeah, it's easy. You know, I'm just one of many out there. There's hundreds of people out there struggling and finding it hard. And I did start to think, am I just not got the right type of personality for it? Am I too sort of, I don't know, am I too weak-minded? I get emotional, and patience skills together will be unstoppable. But that's the key, definitely. The only way to do it is to just wait for a setup. And if something doesn't feel right, you've got to leave it alone. It is hard to get there, but I believe anybody can do it if you just keep trying and just keep pushing. Every time you fail and you feel a bit down or depressed or whatever, what that does is it almost sort of, you know, works your mind to get used to it. Probably not the easiest way to explain it, but that, you know. But you've just got to keep trying. I'm not out of the woods yet. I'm only just, you know, another sort of $55 and my trailing drawdown stops, and that's when I believe the pressure starts to be released. But there is still pressure because I know I'm probably trading more contracts than I should. But the theory I have is to blow this account on 2 contracts, I have to lose 6 in a row. Now, if I'm losing 6 trades in a row, I'm clearly not skilled enough to do this anyway, so it doesn't make a difference either way. You know, if you can spot trades and spot setups, you're not going to fail 6 in a row. If you do fail 6 in a row, you're inexperienced and you're not experienced enough to be in this position in the first place. So, yeah, you know, we've all heard those sayings throughout our life, haven't we? If you try hard enough and don't give up. You'll get where you want, as long as it's doable. You know, if I'm a high jumper and I'm going to say I'm going to be the one that breaks 4 meters, well, that's probably never going to happen. You know, but you sort of draw into the limits of you know, what human beings can do. But this, you know, thousands of people trade. This is very doable. It's just a psychological nightmare in the beginning. But the more you do it, the more it doesn't affect you as much. I've had trades where I've lost where my neck feels like I've got a vice gripped around it. What setups do you usually look for? 3 mainly. But you've got to take into consideration the concept. So second entries. So where there's something like this, there's one push-up and a second push-up. And I'm looking for something bearish if I'm going lower. But when I say context, you can't just take a second entry. You've got to take it in the right direction. So second entries, lower highs, whereas if this will come down here, touch above this and end up bearish in the right direction and under the right context, I look for those. And failures, like this one here. So we broke up, we got a new high, we try to go higher once, try to go twice. If it triggers below that and the context is right and the bar's in the right place, we go down. So 3 mainly. So second entries, failed second entries, and lower highs. I think his second entries is probably the most you'll do, your bread and butter. So the way we've had a new high up here, well, forgetting that, we've had a new high. There's a second entry there. Sorry, there's a lower high there, but it's bullish, so you can't go short with that one. If that was a big red candle finishing below the EMA, that could be an option, but you've got to take into consideration the context where the market is at the moment. At the moment, for me, we're ranging a little bit, but we are sort of hugging the underside of this. And if you look, when I say context, if you look what the market's done all day, we started here, it did all this down here, it came back up, and look what happened. Once, twice, three or four times, it struggled to get above and it went down. Same's happening here. So this is the area where I'm looking to go short, but the context has got to be right. Sometimes it'll break out, but most breakouts will fail and come back in. So it's just looking for setups up here or looking for sets. See that? That breaks below, that's a possible setup, but I think it might be a little bit, it hasn't broken above here, so that might be a bit risky. I also have a quick glance on the 10,000 tick chart as well, and we've had sort of 2 pushes up and a bearish bar, so I am still thinking short, but if this was to break down here, I'm a little bit nervous about this, so that's when I may look for a failure, for it to come down a bit more and go up again. But it's a little bit congested here. I'm not convinced we're not going to come a bit higher first before we come down. But when you've been doing it a while, you'll get used to just something doesn't look right. You can't put your finger on it. It just doesn't look right. See, I think if that was a good strong setup, push down quite strongly, and we're not just yet. So, although it's a nice bearish bar, it's technically a lower high, but that hasn't broken above here. So, and I don't like the way they're sort of back to back a little bit. So, when you take ones that are slightly more risky, it could trigger, which it has, and it's possible it could come back and take out your stop, and then go in the direction you wanted to anyway. So this looks like it's getting a little bit congested to me, so I want to let it, which I think it's something did. Do you see what I mean? If you'd have taken this one, then I think you may have got away with it, but the trouble is, when it gets a little bit sideways, it's easy to get caught out. So, see what I mean about this? My arse would be twitching now if I was to take that. That's a perfect example why you don't want to be going short when it's like this. A little bit sideways, unsure. I'm just going to get rid of him just for a minute. I'm not saying it's going to tick higher, but that's too close for comfort, that is. So whenever you get that little bit of area when they start to stack up side by side, you just got to leave it alone, let it sort itself out. See what I mean? I'm thinking short here. We went up, we had a break, new high. A lot of people are thinking, oh, we'll go short here. What happened? It triggered them, went up, stopped them out. That's because you've got this area of uncertainty. You've got buyers and sellers. Are we going up or we're going down? So realistically, it's 50-50 where it could go. So you don't want to get involved in. See what I mean? We had this sort of new push up, didn't we? Bearish bar, push down, another bearish bar, but it's stacking, so it's just risky. If you'd have put an order under there, it would have triggered it, you'd be in the trade now, shitting yourself. Or I would be. And I hate that feeling. And I only get that feeling when I get into a trade that something is telling me I should have stayed out of. So if I take a trade now, which I believe to be a good trade, I can confidently sit back and let that run out. And if it does go against me, and I can't work out why, I'll take a screenshot of it and I'll put it on the Facebook group. That's what I've always done. And I'll say, can I get some feedback on this? I thought it was a good trade. It's triggered above there, see? Ticked above. So if you was in that, you'd have just lost there. What's that? 3.5 points. Tick above, tick below. You'd have lost 4 points there. So stay away from anything where if it doesn't look right. See, that for me is quite clear. It's coming down. It's doing this nice little thing. But when it goes up and starts to go a bit stagnant, you just got to stay out of that. See, I'd have said all day long this is bearish, and I still think it is. But, you know, we've had a break, new low, at a new high. But look what happened. It came down a bit, a couple of points, and went up. So you learn every day. The more and more you look at something, the more and more you get a feel for it, and you sort of get into tune with it, and you get a feeling when something isn't right. Sometimes I can't always put my finger on it, but it just doesn't look right. It's not clear, and if it's not clear to me, it's not clear to a lot of other traders, and if it's not clear to a lot of people, it could go anywhere, really. Excuse me for just a second. I'm just going to the bathroom. It is starting to look like it's starting to move down. So we've got this new high here. We're trying to go once. Let's see if we can get something down here. EMA is starting to dip, which is telling me momentum's starting to go down, but it could. I'm aware here that there's some resistance here, so it could possibly come down and bounce a bit. So I'm aware of that. But for me, if you just look what's happened, exactly the same thing happened down here, maybe on a slightly smaller scale, but same thing. We had a push up here, we clearly had a break, new high, tried to go a a few times. Once it struggles to go up, people, buyers just give up then, and once it starts to move, you'll get some sellers in there, a bit of a pullback, some more sellers in there, which gives it another push, a little bit of sideways, more sellers in there, and down it goes. Starting to move down now, actually. I've just got a feeling we may not even get a setup today. Whenever it does start to go, it just seems to go. It doesn't give you a chance to get in. Unfortunate. Look at that. 12 ticks. There's just nowhere to get in there, really. But if I sit here for 4 hours and don't take a trade, I've not got a problem with that. I'd rather not take a trade than force one and lose. I'm not down any money. So I've experienced another day's trading, and it's told me I've got the patience to be able to sit here, and if I haven't got a trade, don't try and force one. Which is kind of a new experience for me, because I don't know if I've ever sat here for this long. I think maybe once I've sat there all day and taken one trade, but I was going through quite a positive stage then. But you're sticking to one now. Yeah, I mean, it depends. I tend to have a look at what's likely to happen. If we can get below here, I think we're coming down here, so I won't. I'll bring my take profit down here, and I'll just follow it down. Once I get to about 3.5 points, I'll tend to keep my... You know what I'm saying, don't you? I'll tend to follow it down. See, with this, when we had this break new low, I was expecting a good push down. So, for instance, if I took this failure, I'd probably drag it down here and just slowly move me stop and just try and secure bits. But I always try and get 3.5 points, which is 1-to-1. But, I've found I've seemed to have more success just trying to follow it down, you know what I mean? But obviously I want to see where it's likely to go. But as we've done this big push down, if I took something here, it's certainly worth trying to run it down, isn't it? So I'll just keep dragging and hopefully try and get as much as I can out of it. Trail or stop. Yeah, just trade it with my eye. You get a feeling for it. There's no sort of proper plan. I just, because usually you'll get a push and then you may get a pullback. Well, I find that push from a trade, a push from there, if you took that trade there, a push from there down to where it went, that's 5 points. So you haven't really got to do much there, see? What other trades have we had today? This one. So a good initial push from there, well, would have been right down to about here, wouldn't it? Look at that, it's 13 points there. So I tend to follow it down, I do. I don't really have any type of plan. I just go with what it sort of looks like. But I'm, a little bit aware, because, we can all get used to reading the market. I'm just a little bit aware of where it's likely to go, and that will determine my confidence. Yeah, just to sit and wait and follow it down. Now, the more that pot grows, the more confidence I think I'll have, because if you can get in here, even when it started to go a bit sideways and get out here, you've got a chunk of money there. And same with this one. If you can get down here, this sideways, you've got, what, 8 points? You do 2 trades like a day, 16, 18 points. That's a chunk of money, considering you're only trading 2 contracts. But you've got to take these. I can't emphasize enough. You've got to take these ones that are tight to the EMA. So many times I've taken, sort of pullbacks that maybe something like this. I'd have taken those 100 times before, but look what happens. Comes down a bit and ends up going up, followed by, a better bar, although it was above it. And what happens? Comes down. See, there is a failure here. Possible failure. We've had a new high. We're trying to go at once, trying to go twice, push through the EMA. It's making me nervous purely and simply because at the moment, my opinion is we're doing this. There or there, somewhere around about there. So that is telling me going sideways. So it wasn't bearish anyway. If that was bearish and I went short there, it could just come down here, touch here, come up and tick me out, and then continue to move down. So you've got to be, if they start to stack up like that, just got to leave it alone. I've learned the hard way, but it really does work. Got a feeling now it's just going to slowly, scrappily work its way down and not really give us anything. So you could call this hidden second entry short if something comes of this. But it is, until it comes out the bottom here, I'm a bit nervous, or I get a nice looking setup. Yeah, if you look on the 10,000 tick chart, it's almost sort of slowly working its way up, isn't it? While working its way down, it's sort of like a bit of a wedge, so just don't know what's going to happen. Could just pop out the top. But usually when we have a good push down, we have a correction, followed by then another push down, which we did here. We had a push down, bit of a correction, nothing major this time, but up again, another push down, bit of a correction, lower, and then some sideways movement. See, took a trade the other day like this on probably a bar looking like that and ended up losing it. So I've got to be careful. Yeah, for me, this is definitely the target. Probably going to go on for about another half an hour, I think. What has it been? About 3 3/4 hours so far. Probably 6 o'clock, because I think if we can get us set up, we're going to ride it down here somewhere. Just hope we get one. Not sure if Mac's making his video tonight. He'll probably likely give us an indication of what trading is going to be like for the next few days. I think Friday will probably be useless, I would have thought. If anybody is trading up to Friday, I think most people will be finished Friday. I'm back at work Friday just for the day because I didn't think it'd be worth trading. May feather off about Wednesday, I don't know, but I'll find out what Mac says later. See, if we get a push up above this candle here and end up bearish under here, then I will be thinking about going lower. But I just don't think it's going to give us a setup. That's got to push up for me and close and hug under here, which will be a second entry, but I don't know. Trying to go once, trying to go twice. I thought Mac was on vacation. Oh, is he? Oh, he might be. I don't know. I've not seen his last. I didn't see his last video. Yeah, I think if you're earning the amount of money that Mac is, he can afford to take his holidays early, can't he? Got to say, if I was earning a nice chunk of money every month, I think I'd probably finish early. Have a nice break. I don't think Mac takes much in the way of holidays, does he? I know he tends to take a fishing trip throughout the year sometime, but I don't think he tends to take much in the way of holidays. It is following that line, though, isn't it? So let's just have a check. Was there, wasn't it? Yeah. It is, have you noticed? It came up, touched it, didn't it? Came lower, came lower. It definitely seems to be working its way down. It's just finding a decent setup. You know the types of setups I like. I keep talking about them is when they're hugging nicely under something. Obviously, that's green, but that's the type of trade I like, where it'll push through, come back up, and it'll close nice and tight. The tighter they're, the better. Obviously, that's a green candle, but it was red. That's where I like taking them, and just if the context is right, they just don't fail those. Yeah, see, that was an entry, but in my opinion, I didn't like it. Sometimes it'll just pop out and keep going down. Other times it'll come up and down, and maybe go a bit sideways until we get a decent setup. Let's have a look what's going on here. I'm going to try and tackle this top of the range again, top of the channel again, see what happens. So look at this. So we've got a now possible second entry short. If this finishes nice enough, I'm going to grab some grub and call it a day. Thanks for the stream. You're thinking interesting. Thank you, Emily. I think you find me a lot more interesting than my daughter Emily does. I think I'll just do Reading. Yeah, have a nice day. I'll be back here tomorrow if you're around anyway. But have a nice day. Okay. $195. I didn't notice that bit. Good on you. Well done. $195. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. It's definitely respecting the top of this line, isn't it? Which is a good sign. Volume's certainly slowed down, isn't it? I think our best option actually would be to have a failed breakout, because I don't like what it's doing. It's just going sideways and messy, even if we've got a setup here. So I prefer it to push up here, maybe beat this high here, and then start to have a failed breakout. And I think if we can do that, it'll come back in a bit quicker, because at the moment it's just slow and stagnant, isn't it? So I'm kind of glad it's doing something. So we've broken out of it, which is at least something. I'd rather that happen than just sitting here, just tugging on the top and bottom. Let's see what happens now. And then if it does fail, then I think then we've got a chance of pushing at the bottom. getting slow, isn't it now? Okay, we finally pushed up a little bit. Right, let's see if we can finally get a setup here. Okay, that is a second entry short. In my opinion, it's risky. I'm going to get an order ready in case we make a lower high. And I think that's risky. I mean, it is a big bar. It's quite likely it's going to come down, but I think it's risky. 18 ticks. Okay, it's clearly been rejected out of this, so let's see if we can get a lower high. Get an order ready. I kind of hope that finishes bullish, because that's going to be a failed second entry short. And if it triggers, that's the place, in my opinion, is to go low. I don't think it's going to happen, but it may give some buyers an indication it's going up. But I think it's just going to be too bearish, isn't it? But it'd be nice for that to end up bullish, because if it does, and it triggers it, I'm going to short it towards the low side here. So we'll see what happens. Whichever happens, whether that happens or we get a lower high, hopefully then make some blooming money today. I'll be happy with a couple of points at the moment. Okay, I kind of like that it's finishing a bit higher, because the chances are of breaking above it is a bit, yeah, it's just, not giving us a setup, is it? I think that's a bit risky, that is. It's 4.5 points, above tick below 5 points. That's frustrating. Still think we're coming down here if we can get something. A setup. I still think it's worth sitting here at the moment. Yeah, if we can get a lower high, then I think that might then be moving out of this, because we've had this downtrend, we've had a break, we've had a new low, we've come up into this sideways movement, and we've been in it for a while now. We've had a break out this overall downward trend, which then, and it's strongly moved then below the EMA, which I think is a good sign, but I want it to push up here and give us a setup. And it may not, it may just keep going. Triple, quadruple bottom. I think what's indicating now we're going to be possibly moving out the fact that we've broken out of this overall trend channel for the day. I'm hoping we're going to maybe come back up here and give us a lower high, in which case then I think it's worth going. But I don't think it's going to give us it. I think it's just going to spill straight out the bottom, personally. I hope it gives us a setup, but I wouldn't be shocked if it just kept dropping out here now and coming down. If it drops below there, then that might give it some more momentum, but I just don't think it's quite bearish at the moment, isn't it? It's really pushed down below that EMA. Just to temper the enthusiasm. Yeah. I certainly wouldn't think about going along here for sure. I think this is just going to go in a minute once we get below there, which it has now. Then it's down for me then, which is a real shame. Yeah, even if that ends up a strong bullish bar, I can't bring myself to go long in an overall downtrend, especially after we've pushed out the top here and strongly pushed below the EMA. I'm not saying it's not going to pull back a bit, but I just don't think I could go long here. I think if we break down lower now, I think then that's going to push down some more then. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to get a setup. Here's my target, whether it'll come down straight away, but I think that's it now. That's our catalyst now for the next push down. Yeah. You know, I was sure we're going to get it, but the trouble is, if you go short there, it's come down, believe me, mate, it's pushed back up and close. So it's just, it's a big bar and it doesn't jump out at me. I was hoping to get something here. I mean, even if we broke above it but not got close enough, I think that would have been worth the risk because you know, even if this ends up bullish, I don't think it's going back. It might come back a little bit, but I don't think it's pushing back up to here. Well, folks, I think that is probably it for the day. We're away from the EMA. The only way I'm interested in going short is if it comes back, and I can't see this. I think it's going to push down like it's done. There's the first leg. I think we're possibly going to have a small pullback to here somewhere because it is. I think that's quite bearish, and I think we're going to probably do something else. And I can't go long here. Just wouldn't feel right. So, what time is it now? It's 25 to 7. The latest I've ever traded is 8:30. I think the market closes about 10 o'clock UK time. So I always like to finish plenty of time early because it does just go stagnant. And there's nothing worse than getting a trade late and it just going blooming sideways, just going like this and not doing anything. I think our area is down here now to break this new low, and I think possibly before the day's up, I think we're going to touch this. But I don't think we're going to get a decent enough setup now to sit around for 20 minutes. It's just been one of those days. But, you know, I don't mind days like this because it doesn't happen often. And it is a test of your patience. See, considering it's been, you know, if you didn't have these bars and you just saw that trend and you said this is what the market's going to do today, you'd be thinking happy days, we're going to make some money here. But ultimately, the only setups I can really see is that one. But because they're sideways, I think they're slightly risky. There's that one. Some will have taken that one, but it's a bit too far away from the EMA, and I can't see anything else really, not on my chart. That's not to say someone like Marco, his charts may have half a dozen, but I've got a feeling he's going to have no more than maybe 1, 2, 3 maximum decent setups on his chart. But it'll be interesting to see what I mean now. I just don't think we're going to get the pullback now. I think we're going to break this low and that's it then. The only way I'm going to think about doing anything is if it comes right back up here. Well, I think that might take 20, 30 minutes, maybe some more to do it. So that is it for today, folks. I think I appreciate you all hooking up and having a chat. Shame we didn't do a trade, but I'd rather go away with a nice zero account rather than force something and have a loss. So I can live with that. You know, this is part of being a trader, and this is part of the side of the system that I've got to learn and deal with. So I'm quite happy. And then, you know, you get other days where you might get 2 trades in the first 45 minutes. So it swings and roundabouts, really. There's definitely significantly, thanks, Kim, there's significantly less volume today anyway. You can have a look at that a day. Some days, and I'm squeezing start and finish here today, and I finish less than this, and the bar, there's hundreds of bars, so it's definitely less volume in there. I'd say there's possibly even maybe 40 or 50% less volume. So it is really quiet. Oh, the new mic sounds okay. Good, I'm glad. It's this was double the price. This was about £100. I got a reasonable deal on it because it was slightly used. And this is more of a broadcast style mic, so it should sound should sound a little better, hopefully, and cut out some of that little background noise. So we're Monday today, so we'll trade tomorrow and Wednesday, and then we'll see if the market dies down, isn't it? But that's enough movement for today. You'll get some trades out of that. It's just been unfortunate there's been no straightforward ones. So, okay, so I was going to say I'll mark up my chart, but I don't think there's any point doing it, is there? So, thanks, mate. Hello, Ahmed. Great patience. Yeah, it's not often I've been accused of having patience. But no, I'm pleased the day's gone okay. You know, some days, you know, they fall on your lap. Other days, it just doesn't happen. So have a great evening. Yeah, Nicholas, and I'll see you all tomorrow just before the market opens. So have a great evening, and I'll catch up with you all tomorrow.